And you're ready to go.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the February 1st virtual Zoom meeting of the Board of Selectmen. 6:30, we're actually starting a few minutes late, so I'm calling the meeting to order at 6:35. All selectmen are present. Before we move on to public comment, I just wanted to take a second and to recognize a couple members of the public that had made a major contribution to the town that we've lost in the last couple of weeks. I wanted to offer the board's condolences to the Bazell family. Mr. Bazell served the DPW. He retired as the town's first assistant superintendent of public works after 38 years. So the board would like to offer condolences to the Bazell family as well as to the Akampour family. Mr. Akampour was a longtime volunteer at the Senior Center, Council on Aging, and on the ADA committee as well. So the board wishes to offer condolences for those two longtime volunteers of the town. So that being said, second item up is public comment. I see we have some attendees. If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand. All right, we'll give one more try. If anyone would like to speak under public comment, just please raise your hand. We'd be happy to bring you over. Okay, I see none. Thank you very much. The first item up is a 6:30 scheduled hearing. It's a Class 2 used car dealer license application for RZND Motor Corp. at 264 Porterville Road. Mr. Purple, would you like to read the public hearing notice or would you like me to?
No, I'll take care of that, Madam Chair. The Southborough Board of Selectmen shall hold a public hearing on Tuesday, February 1, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. to consider an application from RZND Motors Corp. for a Class 2 used cars dealer license to be located at 264 Porterville Road in Southborough. The public hearing will be held in a virtual meeting on Zoom, may be viewed or listened to by the public through a link located at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. All interested parties are encouraged to view and or participate.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Purple. Can we bring Ms. Carazo? And I'm hoping I'm saying that right. Good evening, yes. Welcome. I hope I didn't butcher your name too bad. Welcome.
It's okay, everybody does.
It happens to the same thing with me as well. So thank you for coming. What I'd like to do is if you'd like to take just a few minutes and kind of walk through your application and what you'd like to do there, what your intentions are, we'll open it up to the board for questions and then open it up to the public as well. So sure. Again, welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. And thank you everybody for being here. I know things are tough with COVID. So it's me and my husband. He has experience with auto sales, auto repairs. So what we like to do is kind of bring that building back to life. We understand that the last tenant kind of let it down a little bit. So I do work in Framingham. We are, local to the community, to the area. So, we saw that it's a great property, amazing neighbors. So we said, why not just, bring it a little bit back to life and, bring business too back to Southborough a little bit.
Great. Do you want to just talk about a little bit of what you're looking to do there? You mentioned that your husband does repairs. Are you looking to do just auto sales? Are you looking to do, okay.
So we're focusing a little bit more on auto sales and possibly auto detailing, just because repairs, number one, it's hectic, it's noisy. The area is very residential. So if we do some repairs, there will be light repairs during the day. So mostly stay on the auto sales and auto detailing, which is vacuuming, waxing, cleaning, and getting the cars ready to sell.
Okay, great, wonderful, thank you. We'll open it up to the board for questions and comments. Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Do you know approximately how many employees you're looking to have work there?
So right now it'll be me and my husband. We're possibly thinking that if everything goes well, we'll have a third person, just because it's very homey, very small regarding like office space and amount of cars. So we're just trying to keep it, light.
Okay. And I think that there's some restrictions on where you can park the cars on that lot. Are you aware of that and, willing
Yes.
to? Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause
I looked at the lot plan
Mhm.
and we kind of went over it with the owner and the town as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Healy.
I guess just a quick follow-up on that. First of all, hello, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Any entrepreneurial venture is a good thing. What then is, educate me a little bit. What will then the maximum number of cars that will be on the lot at any given time from a sales perspective?
So on the sales perspective, we're looking anything between possibly like 5 and 8.
Okay.
And then, with auto detailing, auto repair, also we're limiting to whatever we have on the lot. So we don't want to overwhelm the parking lot too much.
Okay, and you said you have current ongoing experience in this field?
So my husband does.
Okay.
I'm just tagging along from the ride and kind of learning from him. He has been working with auto sales for the past 3-4 years. He was a co-owner of another dealer, but because of COVID hit, it kind of dissolved and the co-ownership kind of, fell apart. So now that COVID is kind of, coming down a little bit, we're looking to reventure together with no co-owners.
Okay, well, everything I read and every phone call I get tells me that the used car market is a hot one right now. So I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Stivers.
Thank you, and thank you. Welcome. We always like to see new small businesses open in town, so wish you the best of luck with this. It's my understanding that I don't know a whole lot about the used car business, but often these businesses actually have sort of more of an inventory than you see on the lot. Do you have plans for alternate storage space? So you've got capacity for additional vehicles as you sell more to bring new ones in without having to wait to go to auctions and buy new vehicles? How do you plan to handle that? Because we've had some concerns in the past for this property for too much automobile clutter on the lot. So it would be helpful to have a plan to deal with the excess capacity.
Absolutely. So because he's been in the automobile business for so long, he created a network with different dealers within the area. So what he does is, number one, he uses their online inventory. So if a dealer that he is known with has a certain car that he needs, or in their inventory, what he would do is go and pick up their car. So it kind of, we're using our own inventory, and we're also expanding to the network of inventories around the area. Same thing as other dealers using
Okay.
ours.
Good. So there's very little risk of having too much inventory on the lot at any one time, which had been a concern of the neighbors in the past. So
Right.
that sounds like that makes good sense. That takes care of my questions. Thank you and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dennington.
Hi, thank you very much. And I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just have a couple follow-up, if that's all right. So I very much appreciate your being cognizant of being in a residential neighborhood. I know, again, it's always tough to try to do a residential business, so I appreciate that you're cognizant of the neighbors, and I think your hours are reflective of that. The only suggestion I may offer is at the corner of Woodland Road, and I'm sure the building inspector probably had this conversation with you, as cars come up Woodland to turn left or right on Corderville, to make sure that that corner is not obstructed in any way. Sometimes a sign, you may not think a 3-foot sign or whatever you may have there creates an issue, but it does. So I would just ask that you be cognizant of that. It's not to create an issue with the neighborhood. And yeah, I appreciate, as everyone has said, new business is coming to town. There's been a lot of things that have come in and out of there, and I wish you the best of success. We will open it up to the public for any comment. If anyone has a comment or a question, please raise your hand. We'd be happy to bring you over. All right, I see Linda Wozdowski, and again, these names, I hope I'm not butchering it. Welcome, Linda. It seems that's probably the easiest way to say that. If you could just state your name and address for the record, and please ask your question or comment.
Sure. It's Linda Zawodzki and it's 259 Corderville Road. I live right across the street. So my question is, at one time, were you doing detailing as well as the car selling? First of all, with the car selling, I want to make, there's no signs up or flags up across, I'm assuming. Okay. Or those, those blow up guys or none of that. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And
Yeah,
then,
no, right now, oh, sorry, Linda, go ahead.
no, that's fine. So, and then secondly, I was just curious. So when you're detailing as well, how many cars do you expect to be on the lot? If you have a permit for 5 to 8, and then you're detailing maybe 4 a day and you don't get to them, you do them the next night or whatever. So is there 12 on the lot overnight? I'm just kind of curious.
Sure. So regarding the sign, what I did is there's no sign in front of the building right now because I'm
Right.
getting it approved by the owner. Everything that goes up, I want to make sure that he's aware and approved. Also, there was a sign in the corner that recently got knocked down by a truck who hit it. So we have no
I
sign
heard
in the corner. So we have no sign in the corner. Now regarding the vehicles, we would have the inventory in the parking lot. And right now what we're thinking is the garage, I would say garage or the bay has limit for 2 vehicles. So we will only be able to place 2 vehicles inside. Just because we're detailing, we don't want to put any cars outside because everything that we're cleaning, we have to clean it again in the morning.
Okay.
So the capacity that we would have for detailing is the capacity that we have for indoors. Right now, we only have 2 bays for the indoors.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, is that it, Linda?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. If there's anyone else in the attendees that would like to ask a question or offer a comment, please raise your hand.
Lisa, there's a question in the chat.
Oh, okay, Chelsea, go ahead. Well, we bring whoever Rooster is, but we're going to ask name and address on them. So if you want to.
Sure. So this is from Laura Engel and Michael Vaughn. What will the condition of the vehicles on the lot? Will they be in operable condition, or will cars be towed to the lot, repaired, and then sold?
Okay, so for that, we're not looking to make any major repairs. So if a car needs to be towed,
Thank you.
we're going to be putting more into it than we're going to get out of it by selling it. What we're looking for is vehicles, hopefully within the 2011, 2012 and up. And they have to be, again, with the auction, we are making sure that we're getting an inspected. We're making sure that we have the guarantee. We don't want any more that we have to put in that will come out. So no tows, thank goodness.
All right,
And
thank you.
Lisa, just for
Go
the
ahead.
record, that was 198 Woodland Road. Yeah,
Great. Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you for monitoring that. Good evening, Rooster. If you could just give us your name and your address, please. You are muted. If you'd like to unmute.
Bob Montfort, 202 Woodland Road, across the street from the garage. Last
Welcome.
time the selectmen had a meeting when John proposed to have the used cars, the board was going to split the certain number of cars that were going to be there. And don't ever get back to me as what the total zoning variance was going to be. Now, the selectmen going to issue the variance, or does the zoning board do this procedure?
I guess I'm confused, Mr. Mumpet. A variance for, or are you referring to the
Last owner.
permit?
A permit, yeah. Last time the permit was, I'm not sure it was granted by the selectmen or the zoning board. I'm kind of confused.
Sure. The last time that a permit was done for this, the application came before the Board of Selectmen. And the
Yep.
Board of Selectmen took a vote and they put the conditions which are similar. That's within this packet as well, regarding
Correct.
parking of 8 vehicles along the fence, none along the street. That
right.
is included in this packet as well. The board will be closing the public hearing and deliberating and taking a vote on this to approve the application.
Does the zoning board get involved with the application?
It does not.
Oh, okay. The other concern I have with the property is that the area is used like a roundabout. The cars come down 85, go on Woodland Road, go through your parking lot, and come back and go back the other way. And this happens like 10 times a day on the average. And cars come down Woodland Road and go through the parking lot and go down 85, bypassing the stop sign for whatever reason, I'm not sure. So it's more of a safety concern. Of course, that trailer truck that came by that night and knocked the sign down is probably another concern because for some reason, these 18-wheelers can't exit on Route 9 off of 85, and they come down the road and make a U-turn, which is very dangerous. And that's what happened to the sign that night. The truck came down there and took the sign down. That's my only
Okay.
concerns.
Okay, nope, thank you very much. I don't know if the board has any comments to that. I mean, I think I would just like to say, well, I understand cars are going to cut through. I don't know what through this application process we can do to stop that from happening. I'd certainly open it up for other board members' thoughts on that as well. Go ahead, Marty.
At least I tend to agree with you. I don't live down in that area. But I drive it a lot. It's kind of odd to me that someone would do that, would make that cut through. But I guess it is kind of if you're doing, particularly if you're going north on 85, that is a hairpin. But I'm not sure if that's I can't see that's a driving issue on the public roads, not a private property owner's issue. So at least that's
Okay.
my view.
Okay, anyone else? Nope, I see none. Okay, thank you, Mr. Monvet, for the feedback. Do you have anything else you'd like to add, sir?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, if there's any other hands raised. I see none. Anyone else that's welcome to speak, please just raise your hand.
Sorry, there's another question in the chat, Lisa.
Why don't we, Laura, why don't we bring you over? That's typically how we do things, especially during a public hearing, just so it's all recorded for the public to be able to hear. And you can certainly ask your questions here. So again, Laura, welcome. I know you've already given us your address. Please feel free to ask your question.
Sure, yeah. My husband and I were wondering, where is there going to be a primary point of entry for the used car lot? Would that be on Corderville Road, Woodland Road, both?
So our idea, because the office is focused off of Corderville, is to make the entrance off of Corderville. Again, you would kind of enter and just go to the, the back of the parking lot, and just you can exit that way or you can exit the other way. We're keeping all the entries and exits open, so you can enter and exit either way.
And Laura, I may add in the plot plan and I'm assuming this is the plan that, I don't know if this was an old plan or not, but there shows to be 3 or a couple parking spots off to the Woodland roadside. Is that still the intent for customer parking?
Right.
Okay, so they would pull in and it looks like exiting, the main exit would be off of Corderville Road. Correct?
Right. The other, right.
Yeah. Laura, do you have any other questions or comments?
No, I think that's it. Oh, well, actually, is there going to be any sort of security or privacy fencing put up so people can't access the lot or the cars when the business is not open?
It's an idea, but it's something that I would have to talk to the town and get approved on. Because I don't want to put anything up that it's, against code or anything like that, or, kind of blocks any fire or first responders. So I want to make sure that, it gets approved by the town. But it is a very, it's a corner where there's a lot of transit, a lot of traffic. So it's an idea.
And I don't know, Laura, if that's actually required by the code. I would assume the building inspector has looked over the site, and actually I see that Ms. Lavoli is here. Why don't we take a second, and it might give a little bit more insight, and just bring her over? We'll put her on the spot. How's that? Good evening, Lori. I don't know if you're here yet.
I'm here.
Hi, I don't know
Hi.
if you've been listening to the conversation. I'm sure you have. There was a question about privacy fencing. Is that something that's required by code?
No, it's not a requirement by code.
Okay. And would
And
there
they-
be a process if they decided at some point to go this route? I assume they would go through you and,
Yep, no, fencing, as long as it's not over 6 feet, because then it's considered a structure, does not require a permit, as long as it's right on your property line. And we have the plot plan in our office, and you may have one also. I believe I saw it in the packet.
Yeah.
And we could go over that. The best thing to do is have a surveyor, if you are interested in doing something like that, who would stake the property out for you to make sure it's right on the property line and not in the right of way. And again, like Lisa had mentioned, the corner in the traffic, you don't want to lose any vision for people taking turns.
Right.
Great.
Okay.
Okay,
Keep it in mind. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
thank you.
you take care.
Laura, did that help you as well?
Yep. Thanks so much.
Okay. Do you have anything else? I
Nothing from me.
assume not. Okay, thank you. Did Dan, I see there's a Dan here. Did Dan have their hand raised? I'm assuming that's why they were brought over. Dan, you're in the room. Did you have something to comment on the public hearing? You are muted if you did. Okay. I assume not. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, one last time, is there any public comment before we close the public hearing? Okay, and I see none. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing for RZND Motors Corporation for a Class 2 used car dealer license?
So move.
Is there a second?
And seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. Roll call vote, Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Mr. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
and Ms. Braccio, aye. Thank you. All right, the public hearing is closed. Does the board wish to, I'm all set. I don't know if there's anyone on the board that has further questions or comments, or if the board is ready to take a position and a vote.
I will just comment that I thought the questions from the various participants were completely reasonable.
Yeah.
And Ms. Carrizo?
Yes.
All right. I was impressed with your responses, and it sounds like you are going to be aware of and responsive to the concerns of your neighbors, and that's a good thing.
Thank you.
All right, that being said, anyone else before we take a vote? I see none. Do we have a vote to approve the application from RZND Motors Corp. for a Class 2 used car dealer's license at 264 Corderville Road in Southborough as presented?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. Roll call. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
and Ms. Braccio, aye. Congratulations. Welcome to Southborough. We look forward to you
Thank
opening.
you.
Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Thank you so much.
Take
Good luck.
care. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, next up, if we could bring Mr. Malinowski over for an update on the space needs presentation that was done to the Capital Committee. Good evening, Mr. Malinowski. Welcome.
Good evening.
I will turn the floor over to you to give an update on what took place at the last Capitol meeting regarding the space needs study. I know some members watched on YouTube. I'm not sure if everyone had the opportunity, but I turn the floor over to you.
Yeah, I guess maybe just so I can tailor my remarks, just get a straw poll of, I know Lisa, obviously you were there as a member of Capitol. Has everyone seen the presentation, or has anyone not seen the replay yet? Andrew? Okay.
I have not seen the replay yet.
Okay. So, you know, as everyone's aware, the Capital Planning Committee has been working with a designer approximately the last 6 months to think about the future town space uses outside of our police and fire departments. So pretty much every town department that doesn't have, I'll call it a newer facility, just thinking about what the future looks like. And that was all predicated and needed for a few reasons. One, we have a lot of buildings that have a lot of capital repairs that are needed in the next 10 years. Two, we all know that there's been ongoing discussion in this community for 10, 15, maybe longer years around how many schools do we really need. And I think we have found a partner in the school administration and the school community to analyze that over the last year and a half. As all of you are aware, because I believe the superintendent had to come to you, we currently have an application in front of the state MSBA, Mass School Building Authority, that basically offers grants as part of a building process for new and or renovated school facilities. There was an application submitted last year at this time, and it's gone through a whole year-long vetting process. And we are one of 11 finalists in the state currently. And we expect to hear this week the fate of that application. Don't know anything more than that. There'll be either a thumbs up, there'll be an official board meeting in March, or thumbs down, start your application for next year. At which point the school committee is going to have some very difficult decisions to make, because there are some much needed repairs, mainly the roof at Neary, that are not going to be able to wait much longer. They've done facilities assessments, et cetera. So next week at the school committee meeting, so February 9th, there will be a joint meeting of the subcommittee of capital planning, of which you all appoint. That's myself, Ms. Cook from advisory, and Ms. Martin from the school committee. We're going to present our final report of all the work that's been done on what we believe, at least as 3 members of the community that have studied this extensively with the superintendent and with the assistant superintendent, how we should structure from a capital perspective our schools going forward, with a lot of educational background there. The reason this all ties into the town space needs analysis is the MSBA wanted to know how we would use our schools going forward, including whether we would be potentially closing one. And they wanted to see how that would be used, because one of the main things they look for is community buy-in on projects. So we had to run these paths, kind of dual paths, side by side. And it just so happened that the town space needs study was ready to go first. We very well could have done the school committee meeting first and then done the town space needs. There was no ideal order. And, obviously we've all been communicating very regularly in public meetings around where we're at. So there was a presentation of potentially 7 different options at the meeting on January 20th. The meeting had on average 50-ish or more people in the actual Zoom. Plus, obviously, it's been replayed many times, and there's been a lot of commentary out there that has come in. I think what I said at the beginning of that meeting still stands today. We're at phase 0 of what could be a very transformational type decision for the town of Southborough, that likely, no matter which way this, the wind blows, so to say, and where town meeting takes it, will define the next 20 to 30 years potentially of our capital planning. Not 5 years or 10 years, but 20 to 30 years. And speaking really as the chair of the committee and the person that spent the most time with the consultant, outside of Mr. Purple, who was a phenomenal, help in trying to, try to gain consensus with certain groups. It was not lost on me that the initial plan that was going to be put out there was probably not going to be received a standing ovation. Never happens that way, never will happen that way. And if any of us were expecting that, we obviously aren't attuned to how Southborough works. So I find the feedback, though, that has come out of that process has been very helpful. And we'll certainly chart the path that we go forward. But the reason I just wanted to come here tonight is really to reemphasize that phase 0 concept, that there's still a ton of public vetting to be done. Any action would require the vote of town meeting, but at the same time, we also are going to need our partners and the elected representatives of the school committee and the school administration to work side by side. And I think it's really important that that collaboration continue, because if one train leaves the station at a different time than the other, they're going to get to two different destinations at two very different times, and maybe not in a financially responsible way, and maybe in a way that doesn't really accomplish potentially all that we may be able to accomplish if we can get this all together. So really wanted to take the opportunity to answer any questions any of you have at this point, and also let the members of the community that don't watch our meetings, but do watch your meetings, know that there will continue to be ongoing feedback periods to take into account where we go from here. But I think we're going to take a slight pause until the school committee makes their decisions here over the next couple of weeks. And also, before pausing, think that there will be a lot of discussion around the placeholder article that you have, at least on the warrant right now, for a feasibility study for Neary. I think a lot of those discussions will kind of take prime time here in the next few weeks, which will then determine where this town space needs study goes from here. So with that, turn it back over to all of you if you have any questions on where we're at.
Great. All right, Jason, thank you. We'll just go round table, see if anybody has any questions or comments. Mr. Healy.
I guess I'm not sure, maybe it'll blend into questions, Jason, but comments. I mean, I could probably, quote word for word the number of times it's been raised at town meetings or other meetings about why does Southborough have 4 schools when we could survive given the numbers with 3. I was very skeptical that a look at that would ever be seriously undertaken. And I mean, really kudos to the school administration for being willing to dive into this hot potato of a question. I'm impressed with the results. I agree with you. It is an initial salvo, but it's a very interesting salvo. And obviously the numbers have to be vetted with a number of hypotheticals looking 5-10 years down the line, as well as, I mean, it strikes me that one of 2 big things will happen with Neary, and that is it will be redone as a significantly larger school, so that we have a pretty sizable campus of Neary and Trottier, with Finn holding down its current status with the younger kids, and Woodward then becomes a bit of a free agent in terms of what we do with it from a town perspective, or we keep the 4-school model and there's a significant investment in Neary, but with a smaller footprint. Those are fascinating questions in terms of the cost and how the numbers shake out. But as I said, I was a skeptic going into this that a serious effort would be undertaken, and I applaud the effort. It gives us, and I think the town, an awful lot of interesting things to think about and talk about.
Thank you. Mr. Staggers.
Thanks, and thanks for the update, Jason. I've followed this for 15 years or so in one capacity or another, and have followed the current meetings pretty closely. And I'll echo Marty's comments. I'm very impressed with the constructive spirit, proactive approach to dealing with these issues, and particularly the school committee, school administration, I think have gone above and beyond in terms of being open-minded and looking at the issues very objectively. And Capital Committee has done a great job on this as well. And I was impressed with the job the consultants did in terms of laying out the alternatives and pros and cons. So I think we've got good data here to look at. And clearly, as Jason suggests, this is only the beginning. And people will have many, many questions about it. But it seems to me that the process is a well-designed one. And the information is well communicated here, so people will have good information to read, review, and think about as they decide what their position on it is. So I think we're off to a great start, and not clear what the end result is going to be, but I think it's helpful to ask these kind of questions and take a good, hard, analytical look at all of the options here and try to figure out collectively what's the best for the town going forward, which is, as Jason suggests, a transformational decision potentially here. So kudos and keep up the good work, and let's see where it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Mr. Dennington.
Thank you, Jason. So I know you let us know that the school committee is meeting next week. At a kind of a big picture, like when do you think the town needs to make this, as Sam would say, potentially a transformative decision? Is it thinking to the next fiscal year or FY24? What's your view?
I mean, I can tell you what we've discussed publicly, especially among the school research subcommittee. We anticipate, and it may not be our subcommittee, it should be a building committee, and that's what we're going to recommend next week. Look at what the options are in Erie and start with the feasibility. And we anticipate seeking funding for that this year, absent something coming from MSBA that throws a curveball. And one of the critical decisions we're going to have to make, if the state MSBA says to us this week, apply next year, we actually have a financial data model ready to go to show the cost of working with and without MSBA and what that delay every year could mean. There's no conclusions yet, but we have the data, and we believe it's really good data to help the taxpayers make an informed decision. So I'd say, Andrew, months, not half a year, not a year. If it does take longer than that, it's because we didn't do a good job at a town meeting articulating why this should move forward. And I would anticipate it would be a topic that will rise to the discussion of the ARPA committee as well, in terms of, it certainly is not going to be a small number to do feasibility, but it is certainly not tens of millions or even double-digit millions. It's figuring out what the right answer is related to NERI. And maybe to go back to Mr. Healy's point, I actually don't think it's going to be a much larger facility than what is currently at NERI. If you were to start from scratch, our data shows that you actually probably are going to be looking around the same size facility that exists there now. Because remember, the superintendent's office is there right now and occupies approximately 7 classrooms. That's a grade in Southborough. So if you kind of think ahead, grade consolidation, if that's where the school committee were to go. So Andrew, that's my long-winded way of saying soon without committing. Obviously, the school committee has to weigh in here heavily given their elected roles.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Malinowski.
Thanks, Lisa. I just have a comment that I just want to thank all of the town boards and committees and department heads and all the people that joined the Zoom, watched the replay, have been giving feedback. I think it's nice to see kind of everybody engaged with this. I think it's a project coming forward that kind of everybody has a stake in, and I think everybody's input is appreciated. So,
Thank you. And my comments were similar to what Chelsea said as well. Many thanks to everybody for coming together, the school committee, the subcommittee, but specifically, Mr. Malinowski, I would like to thank you. I know how much time outside of the meetings you have done, you and Mr. Purple as well, have spent a lot of time with the group that did the space needs study. So I just want to thank you for your expertise and all the extra time that you've put into doing this as well. So thank you.
It's been a real team effort, and I really just want to double down on the thanks to the boards and committees that have joined us, provided honest feedback, but also realizing not everyone's going to get a perfect answer here. And I think that's really important to remember, that at the end of the day, this is going to have a dollar sign next to it. It's not going to be a small dollar sign, and we have to balance, needs, wants, and fiscal responsibility as part of this. So obviously more to come, and appreciate all the dialogue.
Great. Thank you, Jason. Anything further for Jason before we cut him loose? I'd hate to see what's going on at your house right now with both of you being on screen. Lots of fun, I'm sure.
No background noise.
No. All right, Jason, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you coming. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. I am going to shift things around for just a second with the board's indulgence. We have Mr. Catering here, and he is scheduled way down the agenda for the request under other matters C, request for Miramax Films regarding filming at St. Mark's School. I know it's probably going to be a long meeting, so we'll bring him forward now. I know, Vanessa, you've kind of spearheaded this, so I'll let you kind of update the board and fill the board in on this. And welcome, Mr. Catering.
Sure. Mr. Catering contacted us a number of weeks ago regarding a feature film that Miramax will be filming in Southborough on the St. Mark's campus during the month of March. This will take place during their break week, actually, at St. Mark's. So I told him he would need to get some guidance and some permission from the Board of Selectmen. All the filming will take place on the St. Mark's campus, so it's very different that way from when Grown Ups was filmed here quite a few years ago. But his firm is looking for permission to park some large vehicles during the course of the filming in the region. So I wanted to turn it over to Mr. Catering to give you a little bit more of an overview. But the maps were in your packet that detail what they're looking for. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Catering at this point.
Mr. Catering, you're muted.
There we are. My apologies. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
We can hear you, not see you.
Okay. I have to apologize. I'm in the car. I'm just relocating. It's been a long day of meetings in Boston and Cambridge as we prepare to film all over the state through all this snow. So it's been a true pleasure getting through it. But wanted to thank you and thank Vanessa for the welcome here. I always tend to kind of dive into the nuts and bolts. So I will want to just give you a little background about kind of this film that we're looking to film at St. Mark's. So it is going to be a Miramax production, as stated, called The Holdovers, which will be a 1970s kind of Christmas comedy, heartfelt Christmas comedy that takes place at a private, prestigious New England boarding school. Some children at the school get held over during Christmas break in 1970. And there is one professor charged with overseeing their safety and making sure they're doing their homework. Enter Paul Giamatti. And the story kind of follows Paul and the student over those 2 weeks of Christmas break 1970 from the hills of New England to Boston, and they laugh a lot and they cry a lot and they learn a lot along the way. So it's truly going to be a nice heartfelt Christmas movie directed by Alexander Payne, who most notably did About Schmidt and Sideways, the wine movie a few years back. My role on the film is I'm the assistant location manager. So I work with location to location and coordinate all of their needs with our needs, and also orchestrate all of the support from surrounding towns from a police, fire, permitting perspective. And so proper protocol always for us to announce ourselves to the towns where we're intending to be filming, so that we can get on the same page with everyone and ensure that safety is assured everywhere that we go. With regard to our filming at St. Mark's, we have, you'll have to excuse me, I am just parking my vehicle right now. We have been orchestrating our vehicle placements throughout Southborough. Currently, I'm in discussion with Dell, the previous Dell premises for our production vehicle needs, crew parking needs. As I'm sure you're all aware, their facility is vacant currently. So we are speaking with them to place our production vehicles there for our time at St. Mark's. And then in addition to that, the remainder of our production vehicles will be parked on St. Mark's property. Aside from 2 tractor trailers that I would like to work with the town to find placement for. Previously, I had requested out of sheer convenience to place these 2 tractor trailers on St. Mark's Street. But as I mentioned, safety is always our top priority. So we want to make sure that a fire lane is maintained. And I understand that there was some reservation about, those vehicles being on that street. And I can understand now, especially with snow, we would have a little bit less of a curb or a berm to park these vehicles out of the road. So that's something that these 2 tractor trailers really are sort of reserves for our grip and electric and props departments. As you can imagine, it's a 1970s movie, so we do have quite a few props pieces to reflect the period. I have a few thoughts about where we could place those to keep them close so that we have access while we are filming. And I can put those forth in an email or open it up to discussion here. But really, it's someplace within, hopefully a 10-minute walk that we could find close to campus where we could put those vehicles if possible. Aside from that, as I mentioned, this is a story that takes place on a school campus. It would be remiss not to mention kind of our health and safety and COVID protocols. Productions and movies were one of the first industries to come back online in June of 2020, actually. And we're a very union-driven organization and industry. All the unions had to come together in order to agree upon how we would reapproach filming in this kind of new era. And so we have very strict COVID protocols regarding social distancing guidelines, as well as frequency of testing. Everyone on set gets tested at least once a week. Someone like Paul Giamatti may end up getting tested every single day because he is on camera without a mask and in front of people without a mask, doing hair and makeup and things like that. So we are very regimented and strict with our testing protocols, as well as the health and safety team has production assistants who will supply masks, hand sanitizer, all the PPE that anyone would need at any given time in order to ensure safety on set, both for our crew and the greater Southborough town at large. All of our catering, that being said, with our crew, we'll have about anywhere from 100 to 150 crew members. We'll be catering on site within the gym at St. Mark's. And we'll have one single day where we will have, kind of a school scene with students, if you will, on site. We'll have one big background day, but again, we'll be able to follow proper social distancing guidelines on campus, catering within the MFAC and the Elkins gym at St. Mark's. Beyond that, we will be pulling permits for all of our generators, just looking to kind of work with the town to address some parking needs for those 2 tractor trailers to get them close to campus. But I believe that's an overview, and I might be able to get my camera back here so I can say hello to everyone. Hello, in the car. I apologize.
There you are. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was off the top of my head. I apologize. I don't have my computer in front of me, but hopefully that addressed any immediate questions or concerns, but happy to open that up.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Vanessa, did you want to add anything? I know that.
Yeah, I
you've
just
had some
wanted
thoughts
to-
on this as well. So
Sure. Yeah, sure. Add 1 or 2 other comments. Mark and I were talking today about perhaps some alternate locations that we haven't had a chance to review yet with Mr. Catering. If the board felt St. Mark's was not the most appropriate area. I also wanted to suggest that we wanted to seek guidance from the board first this evening. Although we have had some conversations with public safety department heads, we do want to sit down together and just review that with the chiefs and with Ms. Galligan, but wanted to come to the board first.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. Thank you for spearheading this. Mark, before I open it up to the board, do you want to add anything based on conversations you've had as well?
No, I've been running everything through Miss Hale, and I appreciate the request, and I think that the request on behalf of the town is not a big lift, and I know that some side conversations with Miss Galligan, obviously the concern with parking things along St. Mark's Street in the location of the triangle is when the contractors are going to get to work to come back and begin working again on the project on the corner, and again offline with the chiefs is terms of egress, which Mr. Catering mentioned in terms of St. Mark Street. So we can talk about those. I think there are options that they would probably all parties would consider beneficial to the request. So we can do that offline. I think would probably be best.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. I think that's a good idea to have everybody sit down. I think that there's probably some good alternate locations to that as well. So we'll open it up to the board. I will just tell you, Mr. Cadron, I'm sure there's one member of our board that's very interested in your safety protocols, as she's the chair of the Board of Health as well. So we won't start there, though. We'll start with Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Welcome. I guess, Lisa, Vanessa, I'd ask if there are any initial concerns that are significant from officials, public safety folks, DPW, et cetera, at this point that you're struggling with. Are there issues that you think could be problematic going forward, or does everything appear to be workable at this point?
I think it appears to be workable. Plowing was one thing we were slightly concerned about. It wasn't that many years ago that we had 4 snowstorms in the month of March. So that's certainly possible again. So we just want to make sure for egress and plowing that it's the safest location.
Okay. I'm assuming the film is not set in the wintertime. Is it?
No, indeed, it is set in the wintertime, actually. So in a certain regard, we welcome a bit of snow, but
you're hoping for snow. Okay.
Yes.
One of the experiences we've had previously has raised concerns about noise and lights and so forth for neighbors. And this is obviously close to a residential area in some parts there. Are there limits on hours that we would anticipate for either making noise, running generators, having lights that affect the local residents and residential areas nearby here?
Sure. So for the most part, the scenes that we'll be looking to capture at St. Mark's are daytime scenes. There are a few evenings where we would go past 7 o'clock, but not too far past. In terms of the noisemakers, if you will, predominantly those are generators, and we have 2 places where we're going to be looking to place those, and they are kind of tucked within campus, so they'll be buffered. The sound will be buffered and not being thrown into the neighborhoods so much.
No outside gunfights in the script at this point, huh?
No, not at all, sir.
Good. Okay. Again, my main concern again is impact on residents nearby. Clearly, we have been sensitive to that in the past, and that's been the source of most concerns that I've heard from similar events in the past. So if we've got a good way to deal with that, then Lisa, I don't know if we would do these permits in terms of limiting hours of operation, et cetera, to not extend too far in the nighttime. It sounds like from Mr. Cadman's comment that that would not be a problem for the production process here, with reasonable nighttime limits on noise and lights and so forth. That might be a good way to protect the neighbors.
And a big part of kind of my role is mitigating those neighborhood concerns and addressing them prior to arrival, so that so the residents understand kind of what's going on, so they don't just see everyone just showing up one day, but also they have a point of contact within the production to to express any concern or just to have a point of contact for outreach. And so that's actually what I'm returning from right now. I apologize again for being in my car, but we have a set coming up in Somerville next week, and I've been just talking to residents and working with them to mitigate concerns. So that's something I can certainly do within the neighborhood. The neighborhoods around St. Mark's, not a problem.
Sometimes hiring the neighbors as extras is a palliative move.
There's we actually made a proper effort throughout all we are filming in a few schools to kind of create this fictional environment. And one of our main characters actually came from one of our schools. So lots of extras have been cast from the direct source, if you will, at our locations.
Good. I think a former selectman was an extra at one point years ago, as a matter of fact.
Oh, no.
That was after the fact, before the permitting process, after the permitting process. But again, as long as the process is very aware of, sensitive to the concerns of neighbors in terms of peace and quiet and minimum disruption, that's the only question I really have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stivers. Mr. Dennington.
Thank you. The issue that I think I'm most interested in is the location of the prop and electrical trailers on St. Mark Street, but it sounds like from what Mark was saying, that's still an ongoing discussion about that. And we'll just have to stay tuned, and hopefully we can find a better location. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. I have two comments. One, if we could make sure that the public is aware of when this is going on, to try to limit any phone calls and concerns, just to make sure we put it out there. The second comment that I have is if we can make sure that through the permitting process that the health department's included for any inspections that need to be done related to food or any sanitation requirements.
I have a quick question regarding inspection for food. Some towns require all of our, we carry caterers that only service our cast and crew. There's no public service for the catering. Some towns require to inspect those catering vehicles, regardless of their service to the public. Other towns do not. Does Southborough require those sorts of inspections for the catering vehicles if it is only for cast and crew?
I will find out. I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you. Mr. Healy.
Hi, Mr. Carden, how you doing?
Well,
or Cadron, I mispronounced it.
No problem at all.
The materials seem pretty straightforward, and the Q&A so far has been enlightening. One question, you said 100 to 150 people?
That is correct.
Is there a parking issue, or do you, I know St. Mark's has parking. I'm not sure if they have. Maybe they can accommodate that much. But do folks get bussed in, or is it a lot of kids, so it's not a big issue?
So St. Mark's has less parking than you would think, honestly. And so I had mentioned working with the Dell property at 21 Costland Drive. That is where we will put our large format production vehicles, which we call base camp, as well as our crew parking. And we will shuttle personnel from crew parking to set each day.
Okay. Interesting. We had a film in our neighborhood a few years ago, and it was fascinating to watch it unfold. So it'll be nice that Southborough gets a chance to do that again, at least from afar.
Absolutely. No, and I actually neglected to mention I grew up in Grafton, so not far away from Southborough, right down Route 9, and so it's nice to bring it around close to town.
Cool. I think you'll like it here.
I think so too.
Can I ask one question? What is the expected release date for this film?
I don't have that information, but typically the turnaround time is about a year for editing for a motion picture. Sometimes it's less. I had just worked on Dexter, that was in Massachusetts all last year. They finished filming in July, and they were able to get something out at the end of September. So I imagine they'll be looking for about a year turnaround, but I don't know for sure.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Again, I think that most of the questions, Mr. Stivers, I think you at the forefront had a lot of the same questions I had. I just hope, Vanessa, that obviously through the meetings, I'm sure Chief Paulus is going to have a lot of questions regarding traffic. That's something I would be interested in with the busing and whatnot that goes on, and whether details are going to be needed. And again, I'm sure that with the discussions that yourself and Mr. Purple are going to have with our public safety and DPW, that I'm sure we can come up with some good alternate locations. And, you know, I look forward to hearing back from Mark and Vanessa and Mr. Catering. We look forward to maybe having you come again. And I don't know if maybe our Board of Health may even want you to pay a visit to them as well. So
I did have one follow-up
Sure.
comment, Madam Chair, that in our conversations, Mr. Catering and I did discuss that, you know, details, of course, would be included, as well as security throughout the project. So that's, you know, a matter that we will certainly mention with the chiefs as soon as we meet with them.
Okay, great. Anything further from anybody? Otherwise, we thank you, Mr. Catering, for coming. And we look forward to continuing the discussions with you. And it's always exciting to have things outside the box happen in Southborough. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Have a great rest of the night. Thank you.
You as well.
And Vanessa, thank you for spearheading these conversations and all the work that you've put into this as well. Thank you. All right, next up, budget discussions. Building Department, can we bring Ms. Lavoli over, please? Hi, Lori. Welcome again. Thank you for allowing me to put you on the spot in our prior discussion. Thank you for coming tonight to discuss your budget. I just wondered if you could, Vanessa's going to put up your budget on the screen so we can all see it as well as the public. But if you could just talk about some of the changes and some of the things you're looking for and the increases in your budget. I know this board has talked a lot about with staffing increases, you know, looking for a revenue stream potentially to offset. So I hope you're here because you're still muted. I hope you heard my whole spiel.
I did
there
hear
you
you, and I can't get my video, sorry, on my laptop. I apologize.
Nope, it's fine. And Lori, we're just gonna have Vanessa pull your budget up. So share your screen so everybody can see what you're talking about. And again, if you just want to briefly touch on some of the changes to your budget and why, and we'll go from there.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the budget. So I wanted to add an additional inspector, a local building inspector, which would help enhance the department for actual building inspections themselves, as well as zoning interpretations and enforcement. Over the last fiscal year, between July 1st, July 1st, 2020 and June 30th of 2021, I personally, and a few others when I was out and on vacation, did 875 building inspections. In between July of this year and December of this year, I've done 412. Those inspections themselves didn't include any of the schools, St. Mark's campus, Bay campus, any of the churches, restaurants, the 304 inspections we do for licensing, anything that had to do with any fire-related incidents or emergencies or cars hitting buildings, etc. So it and included all of that is plan review for each and/or permit review for each of these permits that are issued in the follow-up inspections. The revenue, I believe that was one of the questions, generated, we did increase our fees last July, and the fee difference between 2020 and 2021 fiscal was an increase of $421,000, which included also, an increase in the number of permits over the last couple of years or so. But that increase, and that included also wiring, plumbing, and gas permits in that total amount. So the need is there, and there are many other areas I'd like to, improve on, and as far as public safety and zoning in the department, and having an additional person in the department answering questions and phone calls and plan review and inspection would, I think, help round out the department and enhance the capability to help the homeowners and developers and architects with all the meetings and other items that go into that, and zoning review and questions.
Great. Thank you, Lori. We'll go around. I have some questions as well, but we'll start with Mr. Dennington.
Hi, thanks, Lori. So for the part-time position that you're looking for, what's your sense of kind of the market of, I think sometimes it can be difficult to fill positions like this that are part-time, not benefits. Do you think, what's your sense of that? Do you think you'll be able to, if we approve this, to post someone and actually successfully fill it, or you think it would take some time? And then the other question is, in terms of the ebb and flow of permits, I mean, my just, high level impression is that because of COVID, there were a lot more building permits pulled, a lot more residential work done. For the next fiscal year, do you have any concern that the volume of permits would actually decrease, and then there would be less of a need for this work?
I don't know the construction forecasting. It's not just residential, it's also commercial. And that, from what I can have looked at briefly, is what is not changing. It is stayed the same for quite a while. Definitely residential went up with COVID. I think everybody wanted to move and spread everybody around their homes. A lot of basement permitting happening. But that, if that answers one of your questions. Another, I think it may take some time to find somebody. That is actually how I started out as part-time in Acton in 2000. And at that was what worked for me at that time when I had young children. And so it was perfect. That being said, there are a lot of open positions everywhere, as you probably know. And local building inspectors are still in that category as well. But I think it could be maybe in a good position for, again, somebody starting out, or a retiree. I haven't talked to anybody who is trying to hire for a part-time position, only for full-time. And a lot of the people who are going to the full-time positions are people who are out in the field, and those people out in the field are making a lot of money now.
And for the local, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead. What was the other question?
Oh, so in terms of qualifications, would the part-time person need particular licenses, or?
Yep, they need to have, you can either come into your job with a license, or you can be accepted to be able to take the testing, if that makes sense, within a 12-month period. And you're contingent with the town during that time, and with the state as well. And yes, you are required to be licensed. It's a course of 3 different types of rounds of tests. And I did speak with Vanessa and Mark. The testing, of course, is on a different year of building code that the state is on, because it is an international code. So, and we're required to have 45 hours over a 3-year period minimum for training.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Andrew. Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. Hi, Lori. Thanks for coming. So I would like to explore maybe using the revolving account for this, where you have some contractors who are paid out of that. And I guess, did you have a reason why you didn't want to do a contractor over a part-time employee?
Honestly, I didn't think of that, but I did find something today relative to that under the finance code, as far as the revolving fund versus the budgeted.
Yeah.
So no, I had not thought of that. I don't think that would be an issue, but I think it would be more of an issue of finding somebody on a steady basis who would be there to be able to answer questions all the time and not be here when we just need them, if that is what you're referring to, in a high permitting time or something to that effect.
Yeah, I guess what I'm struggling with is kind of to Andrew's point. You know, we obviously know we're in a bubble right now. We don't know if that's going to last another 5 years, and you're going to be coming to us in 18 months and saying, I actually need another full-time person, or if, you know, this is going to level out at some point, and then what is this part-time person going to do? And maybe you have a vision of, you know, doing things that you're not getting to now to make, you know, to improve your department. I'm just trying to wrap my head around committing to a certain number of hours every week. You know, and obviously, you know, you're showing up in the middle of the night sometimes to respond to things, which is equally important to have backup for you for that as well. So I'm just trying to figure out kind of what the best balance is to help support your need.
It's hard to say as far as what's going to happen with construction, because we know, or anything these days, with the way the economy is going and et cetera, supplies and in demand, as we all know. Probably 10, 12 years ago, the same type of thing was happening, where there were a lot of cities and towns that were affected by the construction, and as well as people. We, in the town I was in last, we never felt that because of the dynamics of the town, and construction never really stopped there. So our town never personally felt that. If anything, we did hire more people. So it's not coming from like a small business contractor side. It's coming from the demands of them on the department, not the demands, but the questions and the comments and the plan review and et cetera. I think that having another person that somebody could talk to while either I'm out, or that person, or not even me, or the commissioner's out, or the inspector is out, without having to wait for a return call. I'm like to have somebody at the counter per se to answer those questions is always very helpful. And Julian does an excellent job of that, as far as, you know, what her knowledge is for zoning, but not on the building code side.
So Julianne isn't always at the counter when somebody comes in.
No, she is. It's just sometimes she just doesn't have, you know, the building background.
Okay.
And
okay.
well, you know, they'll still have to come back, or we'll still have to return a phone call kind of thing. Just to have somebody there, you know, I'm not always in the office.
Right.
Because I'm out doing inspections and et cetera, meetings on site. You know, the commercial side of things has been picking up. A lot of the buildings are filling in new construction. I don't, you know, foresee. I mean, St. Mark's obviously is doing, as far as large, doing the dorm. Most are just renovations at this point. But there's a lot of questions as far as what can I do, what can I not do with the spaces, either on a home or commercially.
Okay. So I think your point on that then is that they wouldn't be collecting fees in that case. And so you're not sure that the fees collected from the inspections would actually be enough to offset in a revolving account.
I don't know what the revolving account balance is. I mean, is it just?
It's 80,000 as of 12/31.
What's that?
It's 80,000 as of 12/31.
You broke up a little bit. 16,000?
80.
80. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay.
But I also don't know the timing of your payables and when the permit fees are collected. So that's just a snapshot of time. So I'm trying to justify it in my head, Lori, and just understand kind of how the revenues and expenses could match up, and if we could do it so that they could match up and we don't necessarily have to put it into the town budget. So that's where I'm at. But I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Haley.
Okay, sorry.
Nope. Did you have something else, Lori, to add? I'm sorry.
Well, so the total fees, permitted fees collected in 2021, which includes the building, which includes the wiring, et cetera, all go into the revolving fund.
Correct. Well, I know your wiring fees go into there, and Mark, maybe you can help me out because I don't have it. I don't know if you have the answer.
Yeah, that has always been separate from my understanding past. So I don't honestly know any of those numbers as far as what the
okay. And Lori, it may not be set up to do that. I'm just kind of throwing it out there as a potential option.
Chelsea, I'm going to interrupt you just for 1 second. I'm sorry. Is Chelsea sounding very garbled, or is it just on my end? Okay. Yeah,
No,
Chelsea,
that's why I was asked a couple questions on the numbers. I apologize also.
It's very hard to hear you, Chelsea, and I just wasn't sure if it was just on my end. So, okay, I think she bopped out.
I think she's signing off and coming back in, but just to answer the question that she asked, I think it's something we could take a look at and see what might be possible if it is feasible for us to do it, A, legally from that account, and B, if the funds would be available there for that to happen.
So Mark, is that something that I know Chelsea's not back yet, but is that something you can work with Chelsea on? I would certainly be interested in hearing if there is any way, even for initially, to be able to cover this position to see if it's sustainable through the revolving fund.
Sure. I think that's good. If you remember, the ZBA position was created out of a need that was identified, and it was during an extremely hectic period when the Park Central, Mr. Dennington's shaking his head, and he just keeps shaking his head, though. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
No, I remember that.
Yeah, but it was a need that was identified, and we ended up going from part-time to full-time, and then the situation changed, and the need changed a little bit, so we backed it down to part-time, where it's kind of settled in. So I think that the approach that Ms. Lavoli is looking at, makes sense to try to beta test it a little bit and see what are we going to get, and what is the situation going to be. Again, I don't know how long this boom is going on. We just looked at local receipts, and she is her building fees or building permit fees from this point last year are up about $70,000. And, I know we've got a couple of big projects and everything, but it's like I said, it just continues to grow. So I don't know when the balloon's going to burst. And I think, the approach makes sense, but happy to explore what Ms. Malinowski has put on the table and see what value there is in trying to do it that way.
Okay, Chelsea, I see that you're back. Just so you know, I volunteered you to work with Mark because you brought it up. I wasn't sure if you heard that part when you came.
No, I
back in.
didn't.
Okay.
No, I
yes.
didn't. Can you
So
hear
I
me
figured-
now?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay.
Thank you.
And anything you need on our part regarding that, as far as the revolving.
Okay, so Chelsea,
Great,
I
thank you.
had asked
Yep.
Mark just to work with you to find out legal if we can do this and take a look at the revenues as well.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
okay, thank you. Mr. Healy.
Thanks, Lisa. Hi, Lori. How are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. So you may or may not have thought about it this way, and I'm not doubting for an instant the need for help that you're feeling, but certainly at town meeting, if you were to get support for this from us and or advisory, and you went forward with the town meeting seeking this additional position, it just strikes me that there's going to have to be a pretty clear explanation about what we get for the 19 and a half hours and for the money. And again, I understand that the perceived need and the number of, but so if and you don't have to do it tonight if you haven't thought about it this way, but what is the expectation for what this new person would do during those 19 hours? And would that mean that permits that are being substantially delayed now wouldn't be? They'd be handled more quickly? Would it mean that permits that are slipping through the cracks would be handled? Would it be that your time would be freed up so that you could be handling things that are needs that aren't being sufficiently addressed right now? And I know that various bylaws and the like have been either directly or indirectly throwing additional things at the building department. But I think that's really important to understand those two sides of it. What is the expectation for what would fill up this person's 19 hours a week, and what would the benefit be to the town? Again, in terms of quicker turnaround, more comprehensive turnaround, freeing up your time. In other words, exactly what is the benefit that you're going to get, you being the building department, from these additional hours? And again, if you haven't thought about it in those specific terms, at least from my perspective, I'd like you to do that and be able to delineate that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I have thought about it. And the person would act, basically as not a sidekick, but do mostly everything that I would do or be able to, right? Answer any building code questions, do any inspections, learn the zoning. And as you mentioned, I've seen bits and pieces throughout the last year or so, but I know everything hasn't been finalized as far as rules and regulations, but there's been 2 or 3 different commissions that have added the building department on there as far as I can see. As I don't know if it's been changed or not, as far as enforcement, that enforcement would probably be able to be addressed much sooner, as it's not a building or a life, building inspections need, are mandated to do those in a certain amount of time. Obviously, if it's a fire or safety issue, those are addressed on a first basis. So that person would help out with splitting inspections, splitting enforcement, doing maybe all the other inspections that required for the restaurants and the churches and the daycare and et cetera. Oops, excuse me. My alarm's going off. And also in my absence, be able to attend meetings. That, if an architect has a question or a homeowner comes in and has a question on what they can or cannot do with their home, and explain it that way. I have always been of the mind that it's better to have everybody know the department as a whole and not be separated as just one person doing a plan review and one person doing zoning enforcement and one person doing inspections. This way the town and the townspeople and everybody who wants to come into the town can get an answer from anybody.
Okay, I hear that. What I would encourage you to do is think about it from a data standpoint. What is the fact that they are able to be there to answer questions? What does that mean in terms of turnaround time? What does that mean in terms of is there data you can point to where folks have had to come back multiple times because there wasn't somebody in the building department? Because an awful lot of what you're saying right now, the way I'm hearing it is this would help me with things I'm already doing. And I really think that in order to justify the position, there has to be sort of a clear understanding of how the town is going to benefit from this, whether it's in terms of timing, whether it's in terms of not having repeat visits or repeat calls to the bill, exactly, and some way to delineate that so that again there's data supporting it rather than simply it would help. I just think that it needs to be a little bit more sturdy than that. So that's I guess that's my comment on not doubting your response, but I think it needs some weight to it, so we understand exactly what the benefit is that the town is going to be receiving. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Thank you, Marty. Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Good evening, Lori. Good to see you, or hear you at least. I guess several things. One, I do agree that there's actually value in this position. I think Marty makes a good point that we need to have a good message for town meeting. But I think, for example, our recent experience with the Board of Health, getting access to more inspectional resources, I think has produced some significant benefits that we've seen from the Board of Health. And I think the opportunity is similar in the building department. I think that I'm fine with a budgeted half-time position. If I were looking for a job, I think I'd feel better with a budgeted position than a contract position, depending on the revolving fund. But again, to me, there's value in having a constant resource there that we can count on for some period of time. I'm convinced that the federal money that's being pumped into the economy is going to produce a significant push in the building area for some reasonable period of time, maybe not 20 years, but at least for the next several years. And I think we're going to continue to see a lot of pressure on building departments. I think that we have worked for a while to find ways to be friendlier to commercial activities, particularly coming into town, looking for building permits, developers and so forth. And I think, again, this could help expedite that process as well, be friendlier to the building world. So I think it also generates additional fees if more people are coming in. So that's a plus too. So all in all, again, I'm fine with the part-time budgeted position. And I agree that we need a strong story for town meeting, but I think we ought to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. So Lori, I have a couple questions for you too. So kind of to piggyback a little bit on some of the comments already made here regarding a contracted position versus a part-time position. Do you, just your opinion is, do you think a contracted position in this market, and you know your field better than us, could be a deterrent, or I think everybody's struggling to find people to fill positions, and I think a contracted position gives a little bit of flexibility. So I'm just curious your thoughts on if you think a contract is a deterrent.
Not knowing anybody who has a municipality that has used somebody that's contracted, except on a
Okay.
like an alternate basis. I do have a meeting this week. I can ask the question if anybody has done that. I think if with a contracted position, I don't know if that would give us more flexibility or be a hindering
Okay.
part, because they may not be able to offer or be there. And it would be more, that person would be almost like on a consultant type basis and not be able to give exactly to the town, but I'd have to explore it a little bit more. Just, it's not anything I've ever dealt with myself. I know that there are contracting companies out there that do that, but that is not actually allowed by the state to have somebody come in, like a private entity to come in and work like that. But let me explore it a little bit more and see what other people's thoughts are and how it's worked for them.
Okay.
Okay.
Nope, that's fine. And I, again, I look forward to, the analysis and everything that Mark and Chelsea are going to do to find out if, if it's even an option as far as the revolving fund. I think it's certainly a good possibility. I know, I guess this comes to your training dollars. So let me just touch on that for a second. The employee training seminars, is that specifically for you, Lori, or is that for Julianne to be able to participate in some additional education as well? Lori, are you there? I think we lost you. Oh, there you are.
I have.
Oh, now you're muted.
Am I there now?
Now there
No.
you are. Okay, thank you.
It's just internet's now unstable, so I apologize. That was, the additional money was in there for the part-time person to also
Okay.
attend training that's required.
Got it. Okay, to include the part-time.
And
Okay.
the fees are going up as well as everything else.
Okay.
Because everything costs more money and the food costs money. So
Okay. Great, Lori. I think we're slowly losing you. You're going in and out. So if
Sorry.
no, you're totally fine. I think we were at this point anyway, Lori, that I think we're all set unless anybody has something additional they want to add. I think, there'll be a little further discussion on this.
All right, sounds great. Thank you.
Awesome, Lori. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, thank you. Mr. Montijo, I see he is in the audience. If we could bring him over. Good evening, Jason. How are you?
Good evening.
Welcome. Nice to have you. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
I'm going to kind of do the same thing. We're going to have Vanessa just pull your budget up if you want to talk about some of the items on your budget that you think, may have increased or decreased, or you think would be of interest to the board. That would be great. Ms. Hale, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen.
I was getting a little irked out by technology issues happening in the meeting. I'm like, I can't help.
All right, there we go. Again, welcome. And if you'd like to, again, just give an overview on some of the changes in your budget, it would be appreciated.
Yeah, so some of the bigger items that were added to my budget were some of the applications. If you can go to the FY23 tab there for me. I think it has, I'm used to seeing the one that I've been looking at, sorry. Yeah, so just if you can scroll up just a little bit more there for me, Vanessa, please. Yeah, so if you notice, yeah, right there's good. Thank you, Vanessa. Under Duo two-factor authentication, there was an $8,600 add-on. Cisco Umbrella, which is the DNS entry in there for us to protect it for DNS systems, and the print solution for Canva is just another $400 addition there. Zoom and DocuSign was already in there as well. If you scroll down a little bit more, Vanessa, please. Me, and my agent Carla, we were talking about additions for the employee training. We added 4,000 in there. It's just a duplicate for the hopeful new employee that we have, and the same thing for in-state travel, just for that person to travel between the buildings, and it's the same for myself. I just doubled that money. The other increase is for the internet connection, which is for us to be looking into a duplicate ISP for redundancy for the town, so that we can, that plan of getting us into the cloud for a lot of our servers, that's a big part of that there. The other additions there, thank you, Vanessa, for scrolling down, is the police, library, and fire, which is the replacement hardware. We just added it in there per the request from the select board as well, board of selectmen, to have that all in one place, so that I can keep track of anything that gets added to the inventory and know what needs to be replaced. And at the end of the day, they're going to come to me and ask me what the best options are anyway. So it would be best that it just comes from my budget. Any questions or concerns on any of that?
Awesome. Jason, thank you. We'll go round table on this. Ms. Malinowski?
Thanks, Jay. I don't have any questions. I think you have a lot of moving parts in this budget, which I think it's more transparent. And I think it kind of allocates things so that we can actually track the actual spend in those line items. So I appreciate all the work that you and Carla have put into kind of making sure it made sense, and that it was vetted. I think for town meeting, we should probably be prepared to have the total dollar value related to what came in from another budget. I don't think you need to go through each department that it came from, but I think just the total value and what the percentage of that is, and then also be prepared to speak to some of the new initiatives that you've put forward from the studies that have been done. Just give a brief overview. My guess is that this one will be looked at by town meeting, just given the percentage increase. But I think that you have, presented to advisory and through your documentation here, the justification for those. So thank you for your work on this.
Yeah, I have to thank Carla for helping me a lot with this one, definitely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Healy.
Yeah, I also don't have any questions, but I agree with Chelsea explaining what is really new and what is not new. Just it wandered over from another budget, I think is very important from your perspective. And I don't know that you want to get into an absolute breakdown from a percentage standpoint of what. But it might not be a bad idea to have in the back of your mind anyway, what the percentage increase of your budget would be if only truly new spending were included in it, as opposed to, again, spending that imported from somewhere else.
Okay.
I think that'd be very helpful for you. Okay, that's all for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. I agree. This is a better way to present this, and I think this is progress. I don't have any other questions about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dennington.
Thanks, Jay. I think this is very well presented. Another point you might consider on the replacement equipment in terms of why to justify why you're asking for what you're asking for is to point out if there's like a replacement cycle that you're going through. Like I see how the item used to be much higher in FY19 and it's kind of ebbed and flowed. So that's just another thing to think about. And I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. So Jay, a lot of my questions got answered during the advisory meeting. So I also think, as Chelsea said, I think that town meeting's going to ask some questions on this, but I think you've done a really good job of presenting through advisory and even coming here tonight, and the detail that you have within your budget and what was presented to us tonight, I think is going to go a long way towards helping town meeting understand, why things have changed. And again, I think, as Marty said too, it's a good point to what is really new. I mean, the consolidation and the transparency in your budget is great, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's new in your budget. So just again, know that I thank you for all that you've done. Just one final question. Can you give any update on where you stand, or if there's anything going on with the technical specialist? Is there anything new to report there?
Nothing, unfortunately, good in the sense of getting any interviews that are solid. Again, we are going to be reposting to another site to really get it out there some more. It's disappointing, and I apologize that I haven't gotten to where we need to be. It's hurting me as well. So we are definitely trying some different options right now between me and Vanessa. Ms. Hale, we've just been talking about it recently and trying to look for different avenues to get it out there a little bit more. If Ms. Hale would like to add anything to that, but I mean, that's pretty much what our actions have been currently.
Okay, thank you, Jay. And Mr. Purple, I'll come to you in just one quick second. So obviously, the concern is we don't want you to get overwhelmed and overloaded with all the things that you're trying to do without having help. So I appreciate the update. Mr. Purple.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've told Mr. Montijo I'm good with the red wire, blue wire if I can help him. But it's kind of limited to that. The difficulty that we're finding is that it's the same thing we're finding with candidates all over the place, and I think employers from every sector are finding this. It's very difficult to find people, not even good people. One of the things that I've seen in a community that shall remain nameless, but it's very easy to find, a municipality for a municipal position is actually paying a hiring bonus. I have never seen that in the public sector before. It is just so difficult to find people, and we want to be cognizant of trying to find the right person. But again, I think it's obvious that Mr. Montijo needs some help. I think he's done a great job. I think the two issues that we talked about coming in the door, were security, redundancy, and cloud. I think he's, and I think Ms. Malinowski could speak to it from a Board of Health perspective in terms of HIPAA and things like that. He's done great things for Board of Health. He's done good things, on some of those fronts for Youth and Family Services. And, he's continuing to set the table to do that moving forward. So, but in terms of the personnel, I just want the board to be aware, it is very much an employee's market out there right now. It's very difficult. And, again, I was as surprised as anybody to see a municipality paying a signing bonus, for somebody coming in. I've never seen that in my career.
All right. Thank you, Vanessa. Do you want to add anything? I know that you've been working on this as well.
Just chime in for a second. Yeah, it wasn't even, a small signing bonus. It was $5,000, which is really unheard of. But I just wanted to add, Jay and I have talked a lot over the last couple of weeks about even looking at, a recruiter. It may be something we need to try. We're going to give the job posting one more shot and extend to different types of job boards we don't normally pay for, to see if that helps at all. The recruitment is, using a recruiter is really difficult in the public sector because you pay up to 1/3 or 1/4 of the employee's annual salary as a fee, depending how quickly you hire from someone they suggest to you. It may be something we have to discuss later during the recruitment, but it's not feasible. That's why we've never done it before. But we're continuing to plug along, and appreciate a little bit of time to actually talk about this tonight. If we do have any viewers that think they have, some of the qualifications, we are more than happy to even have informal conversations with someone that may be interested.
Great. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you for the update. And again, Jay, just know obviously keep Mark and Vanessa updated. The last thing we want is for you to burn out, and, we as a board support you 100%, and, whatever we can do to help you, just let us know. So I'll go. Anyone else want to add anything before we let Mr. Montijo go? Andrew, was that a yes? Go ahead.
I actually have an unrelated thing that I wanted to bring up. It relates to the agenda here. So I have been texting with Dan Blanchard, who is on the agenda. He volunteered for the St. Mark Street Park Group, and he's a teacher at Faith School, and he has to go do I think dorm duty supervising students at 8:30. I know we've got meetings going. We've got a lot on the agenda. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So.
Nope, Andrew, we'll make sure that we bring him over after, again, that's the whole point of switching things up if we have to. So, okay. So Jay, I think we're set for you for the night. Again, thank you for everything. And why don't we jump around a little bit, and why don't we bring Mr. Blanchard over before we lose him?
Thank you.
For his interview, Karen. Ms. Galligan, just bear with us. You are certainly on the agenda next. All right, Mr. Blanchard, you're muted. Welcome. We appreciate you volunteering. If you'd like to just, there you are. Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
If you just want to just give us a little bit of background information on yourself and why you thought this was a great committee. And again, we always appreciate when we get new volunteers that step forward that haven't before. It's always exciting for us. So that being said, welcome, and why don't you give us an introduction?
Yeah, thank you. This is year 16 for me at Faith School. I've lived in Southborough for 15 years. I have two daughters, 8th grade and 6th grade. Previously lived in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where I grew up. Did a lot of town work there. Worked as I was elected as a selectman and a moderator, which in Portsmouth were election officials, right? So election officials in Portsmouth, as a lot of things in New Hampshire, even the smallest roles are elected. So kind of just working as an elected official to enforce state, town, and US voting rights. But kind of growing up in Portsmouth and kind of the dig itself, kind of the history and the unique nature of Southborough kind of attracted me to kind of looking at the dig site and the park site and what potential could be there. And I thought this would be a good way of kind of tipping my toes in the waters of being a citizen of Southborough. So I think, it's when you work at a boarding school. I work every Tuesday night from 4:30 to 10:30 supervising students. So I was able to get study hall time off, but I am back on duty at 8:30 to 10:30.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. We'll start with Mr. Healy. We'll go around for questions or comments.
I will be very quick. I think I mused out loud that it'd be wonderful if somebody with a teaching / history background were interested in this, and you seem to fit the bill. So I appreciate the fact that this caught your eye, and I agree with Lisa that one of the reasons we structure the committee this way is we're always looking to encourage folks who haven't been involved in town stuff before. And so thank you for stepping forward. I think it's terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stivers.
And welcome. Thank you for volunteering, Mr. Blanchard. Interesting process here. Have you been following some of the commentary on the local blog and other places on this project? So,
I mean, a little bit. I spoke a little bit with Andrew the other evening, and having grown up in Portsmouth, this is very familiar territory. Mm-hmm. And certainly, most recently in Portsmouth, it was the discovery of the African-American burial ground that had been paved over and completely really wiped off the map of Portsmouth until its discovery in 2006. And then so having the town have to really deal with a major intersection and roadway and what to do and how to honor. And so certainly, but that's a lot of what I grew up with in Portsmouth, with all of the work and renovations done in downtown. And it's hard, and it's a very delicate process, especially when you're dealing with very early colonial history, and all of those issues that are associated with it.
Right. And I think that's a great point. One of the things that's been very interesting to me, and I think all of us in this process, is to find a way to be respectful of the history of the area. And given the popularity and emotion attached to the issue now, I admire your courage to take this on, because I think it's going to be a challenging process, but I think there's a great upside in terms of being able to find a way to do this right and respectfully. And so appreciate your volunteering. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Andrew.
Hi, yeah, Dan, you and I had a chance to speak yesterday, and I think you're got a very unique set of qualifications. I'd be excited with working with you on this working group. And I know you wanted to advocate for you a little bit, given your 8:30 start time. So with that, I'll stop talking so someone else can ask questions.
Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Blanchard. Thanks for stepping forward for this. It sounds like you have a great background and interest in this, which is great. And I love it when new people volunteer for boards and committees in town. I don't have any questions, but thanks again for stepping forward.
All right. I have no questions either. I think everything you've said is just perfect. The board was looking to seat tonight. I know we have some other people that are interested in interviewing. I will ask the board if I am certainly ready to take a position on Mr. Blanchard. We can certainly wait till we complete all the interviews, but I'm happy to do it now if that is the board's will.
I'd like to hear everybody, I guess, before we make a decision. I think Mr. Blanchard's
That's
very
fine.
qualified, but we haven't
Okay.
spoken with others out there.
Okay, that's totally fine, Sam. That's why I asked the question. All right, Mr. Blanchard, well, you will certainly be hearing back from the town probably tomorrow. I'm sure Mr. Purple will be reaching out to those that are appointed. But again, thank you for stepping forward. It's again, wonderful to always have fresh faces. I think it benefits the town as a whole. So, sir, thank you so much. And it was a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you very much. Have a
Thank you.
great rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too. All right, let's go back to Public Works. As we're bringing Ms. Galligan over, I am actually going to, go ahead, Marty, sorry.
I was just going to suggest that since that only took about 5 minutes, that maybe I see that Ms. Landry, Mr. Nichols, Worley, and Mr. Farrington are all, and I think they've been there a while. I don't think the discussions with them will take more than about 5 minutes, and I'd be inclined to suggest we bring them and make Karen wait a little bit longer. Sorry, Karen.
That's okay. I was going to go there, but I wasn't sure. So that's totally fine. So why don't we bring Ms. Landry over? I think we're all pretty familiar with Marguerite, so I can't imagine there's going to be too many questions there. So if we could please bring her over. Good evening, Marguerite. Welcome. Thank you for coming forward, and thank you for once again finding time within your busy life and your busy schedule to want to serve the town in another way. So much appreciated.
Thank you. It's good to see you all again, and I won't take up much time. I'm partly here as a member of the Library Board of Trustees, because we're in a budding property. And actually our grass will go exactly up to the edge of the park. And we're interested in seeing how we can work together to make a good long spot there in the middle of Southborough that looks good. And I saw also that Daniel Blanchard had limited time per week available. And I think we can certainly, if I'm appointed, find ways to work with his very limited schedule so that we can not impose on his good nature any more than we have to. That's I guess my letter sort of said most of it.
It does. And Marguerite, I don't know that you needed a big introduction either. Everyone is very familiar with you and all the good work you do. So we'll just go round table. Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Welcome, Marguerite. I have some questions. I'd like to start by understanding better what you were doing in 1976, and then we'll work forward from that. But just kidding.
I thought you meant 1776, right? Yeah.
Well, you could go back that far. I was only a boy then, but again, thank you for volunteering. I think you're greatly qualified in many ways, particularly your work with the library, the abutter here. So I think I'm well versed on your background and interests and capabilities here. I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thanks.
Dennington.
I don't have any questions. Thanks.
This is easy. Ms. Malinowski.
I don't have any questions either. But I also love when people who keep coming back to boards and committees put their hat in, put their name into the ring too. So I love new people and people who keep coming. So thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Healy.
Ms. Landry, you had me at a low. I was very pleased to see that you followed up on your comments and decided I think you'll be a terrific addition to this. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll second that, Marguerite. Again, it's great to see you step forward. And I think with proximity to the library, I think there's a wonderful opportunity here. I think there's a wonderful opportunity to create additional programs for people with mobility issues as well. So I think this is wonderful. So I thank you. I have no further questions for you. If you want to just hang around, I think we're going to have a little bit of a discussion. But if we can bring Mr. Farrington over as well. Good evening, Mr. Farrington. Welcome. You are muted. Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
How are you?
Nice to see you. Again, we thank everybody for stepping forward, and it's always exciting to see someone new step forward and give us another perspective. If you want to just take a minute and just give us and those listening a little introduction to yourself and why you'd like to do this.
Yeah, sure. Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, my name is Grant Farrington. I'm a lifelong resident of town, graduated from Algonquin. Yeah, I'm a pretty recent graduate of Georgetown University. I double majored in history and political science, and then I went for my master's and got a master's in American government. Yeah, so I had been I've been interested in local government and have been following your meetings and saw that you guys were looking for volunteers. And yeah, I think that with my historical background and interest in local history and kind of coming at it from that angle, that I thought I could provide a service to the committee. And yeah, I think that the kind of that central area in our town from St. Mark's to Pilgrim Church, library, town hall, that whole area is really the central part of town, and a lot, the reason that a lot of people enjoy living here. And so I kind of want to make the park area the best it can be. So yeah, that's why I volunteered.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. We'll go round table again. Mr. Dennington.
Hi, Grant. Thank you for your interest, and I don't have any questions for you right now.
Sorry, Marty. I keep clicking the button too fast.
Oh, me?
No, I do. I keep saying your name, and I think I'm muting before I actually say it. So you're up. Thank you.
Okay. Grant, aside from the fact that when your face popped up, it made me feel very, very old. Man. So, I spent 3 years down at Georgetown on the bad campus, though, down at the law school. So I envy your time up in the nicer area of the school. But I was impressed with your quick little write-up here, as well as with your educational background. Seems a very nice fit. So thank you for volunteering.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Welcome, Grant. Thank you for volunteering. I actually used to work at Georgetown decades ago, so interesting connection there. Do you have any sort of high-level thoughts in terms of how you balance the competing interests here? Obviously, there's been a lot of back and forth communication around plans for the particular area here, and be interested in any comments you have about your experience in terms of stepping into something where there's some pretty substantially different views of how this process should be developed, and how do you balance those things in a way that it's respectful and yet winds up with an answer that is a workable answer to the problem.
Yeah, sure. I know that, as you had kind of alluded to earlier, that there's been, a bit of controversy over this particular parcel, but I think that, moving forward, that, in terms of specific ideas for the park, I know that some sort of monument to, the Nipmuc tribe or something along those lines has been mentioned. I think that's a great idea. I think that would, if we were to move forward on that path, then that would definitely have to involve some sort of coordination or, contact with the Nipmuc, leaders to kind of get their okay before anything was to be put in place. So I think that would definitely be a, something to look into. But yeah, I think there's a good amount of, I guess, as you said, competing interests that are kind of at stake here. And I know there's been talk of a history walk going in as well. So I do think it will be a challenge to kind of satisfy all those interests, I suppose. But I think it's worth a try, and can, potentially be done.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me, Lisa. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, Chelsea, I went out of order. It totally went by you. I apologize. Go
That's
ahead.
okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Hi, Grant. Nice to meet you. Thanks for volunteering. I don't have any additional questions.
All right. Thank you. I don't either, Grant, other than, thank you for stepping forward. And again, it's nice to have I'll go on what Marty's saying, and maybe a younger perspective step forward as well. So I thank you for that. So we'll just kind of have you hold on as well. And we will bring Mr. Worley over.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Lisa, I'd comment that for some of us, everybody you talk to is younger. So it's not an unusual perspective.
Sorry, you can't tell on the videos, my grays are well covered today. So I'm not going to disagree with you. So, all right.
It was striking though. It was striking.
No. Mr. Worley, welcome. We appreciate you coming. You are muted at the moment. I don't know if we're going to be able to. Oh, there you are. All right, now, Marty, there we go. Another young person. So we really feel old. Thank you, James. Welcome for coming. We appreciate you stepping forward. As always, it's great to have new people step forward, new perspectives as well. So if you want to just kind of give us a little bit of overview about yourself and why you think this is a great fit for you.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you to the board for this opportunity. I'm a junior at St. Mark's School, so very young in comparison. I'm going to be a person applying to go to Georgetown next year. The way I think about myself and why I would be a good fit for this committee, this working group, is because I feel like I can bring a really unique perspective to this. I'm a high school student. I've lived in Southborough for pretty much my entire life. I went to Neary, Woodward, Trotter, and I'm around town. I'm a runner. I'm the captain of our boys cross country team at St. Mark's. And so a lot of the time during the fall season, we'll be running down St. Mark's Street, or we'll be running by Route 85. And most of all, I have a big interest in history. This past year, I've been doing independent research on history work. I've spoken to professors and members of the Native American community, and I know there's a big interest in the historical aspect of this. And I'm reminded of something. I recently reread the Town History by Mr. Nick Noble, who I had the great chance of knowing while he still worked at St. Mark's. And he wrote It is essential that Southborough not lose sight of its past. The old cemetery might be a good place to start. And in it, he's referring to this parcel of land that the new park is going to be on. So that's a lot of the perspective I bring. I also have skills in sort of mapping technology, GIS. And I'd also like to add, I know there's been a lot of talk on including perspective from the NIPMA community, is that from the work that I've done, talking to people in the community and talking to professors, a big thing this is one of the biggest things they emphasize to me, is that it needs to be a relationship that isn't just us, or the town, extracting what we want, which is help making our sign or helping make this monument, is that these are people with real lives. And I think it's very important that we respect them and let them know that we're not just in it to make ourselves look good, but that we're truly dedicated to this great pursuit of history for our town.
Very well said. Great job. We'll go around the horn. We'll start with Ms. Malinowski.
Nice to see you again. We had the opportunity to meet Owen at office hours last week, and I was very happy to see that you applied for this. So nice to see you again. You're very well spoken, and I think you bring a great perspective to this working group. So thanks again for volunteering.
Mr. Haley.
Very impressed, both with your background and with the couple of paragraphs you just gave us about your perspective and why it's important that we get things right. So you're young, which is usually a good thing, and I think it's great that you decided to volunteer for this, and good luck with you. It sounds like you got a year to go, but good luck with your applications.
Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Welcome, James. Good to see you again. Echo Chelsea's comment. Did enjoyed chatting at the office hours, and delighted that you followed up and applied for this. I don't have any questions at this point. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dennington.
Just a couple. First off, I was also very impressed. So you grew up in Southborough, attended elementary and middle school in town. Okay, and in terms of your school schedule and what hours of the day you think you might be available to, because we got to find times for the working group where everyone can be available at the same time. What are your general, schedule parameters?
Yes, I can speak on that. I know for this spring, when we'll be going into it, I'll be available in the afternoons, pretty much after 4 p.m. each day. And also on Wednesdays, our school has a unique schedule. It has half days on Wednesdays, which means I'll be available pretty much after lunchtime on Wednesdays, and of course on the weekend. And then over the summer, of course, I don't have any plans. Nothing I'll be going to. And then in the autumn is my busiest season, as that's when cross-country season is. But I believe that this group is a priority for me, and I'd be willing to make time for it, even if that meant working around other parts of my schedule. Those parts would work around my time in the group.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I have nothing further for you other than, again, I can't reinforce what everyone has already said. Thank you for stepping forward. Thank you for another great perspective. I think that the group that's come before us tonight is pretty unique. And I think with not just the potential ranges of experience, but I think everybody brings something unique on their own. So I think that's wonderful. So that being said, we're going to have everybody hang around just in case there's further questions for you. We'll open up to the board for discussion. One thing I would like to throw out to the board before we kind of discuss our path on going here is it is a 7-member committee. I felt all along that I still think it's important that Selectman Dennington sit on this committee. I think he's put a lot of time and effort. And I think knowing some of the challenges that are going to be faced, and as well as the experience that he brings to this, I would also, Andrew, I'm good at volunteering people. So I would certainly be thrilled to volunteer you and see if you have an interest in sitting on this as well.
I do have an interest, and I've spoken to Marguerite about this, and I'm very excited about everything you heard from everyone who's volunteering, and so I have thought a lot about this, and I would like to participate.
Okay. Would everyone like to go round table and ask Mr. Dennington any questions? Andrew, I'm joking. I think we're set. So, we'll just kind of go around and just kind of get thoughts. Marty, what are your thoughts on the great candidates that have stepped forward, and Mr. Dennington as well? Starting this committee, we can.
My thought is that it happens occasionally that you are, I don't want to say surprised, but encouraged in a way that you didn't expect to be. And I feel that way. I'm Mr. Blanchard, who's not on anymore, but the interest and perspective and the genuineness of everything we heard in the last 20 minutes or so is beyond encouraging for me. And I would, I can't imagine 5 better people to get this thing rolling. And I think there's some stubbornness, unfortunately, out there, or maybe some unfortunate reluctance of some other people who have an interest in this to come forward. I think that's a shame. And maybe seeing who is willing to step forward and do the difficult but very interesting work here, maybe will make them change their minds. So again, I couldn't be more encouraged by what I've heard.
Great. Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. I'm also very impressed by the candidates. I think we've got a great group here. And so Lisa, the plan would be, if we decided to appoint the current applicants, then we'd have 2 slots remaining.
Correct. We could still, again, as Marty said, hopefully, Sam, somebody seeing the group that stepped forward would be kind of excited to serve with them.
Yeah, or other candidates might find it who haven't seen it or whatever. So we keep advertising and work to fill those other 2 slots. So yeah, I'm prepared to support all the candidates tonight and appoint and keep looking for 2 additional ones.
Okay, so Sam, you're supportive of Andrew as well.
As well, yeah. Hard call, but I guess I support it.
All right, thank you. Andrew, you don't have to talk about yourself, but if you want to add any feedback or anything to the discussion of the other candidates that are here.
Well, we have a meeting, which is, we already got a lot of stuff left. So yeah, I think Marty said it about as well as you can, that seeing what a good group of people have stepped up for this, hopefully encourages some other people to step up to the plate as well and complete the 7.
All right, Ms. Malinowski.
I'm good with the candidates.
Okay, that being said, Mr. Healy, do I hear a motion coming forth?
I do. I vote that we appoint to the, I want to get the name of the group, the St. Mark's Street Park Working Group. Mr. Blanchard, Mr. Farrington, Mr. Nichols Worley. Do I have that right? All right. Mr. Dennington and Ms. Landry.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Mr. Healy.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Dennington.
Abstain.
Okay, and Ms. Braccio. Aye. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for stepping forward once again. You'll be getting some instructions, and hopefully we'll be getting a meeting set up for you relatively quickly, and you can start on your great work that you're going to do. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Good stuff, all. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
All right. Karen, thank you for sticking around. Much appreciated.
No problem.
So one
I'm
thing
glad you
before,
finished that, actually.
one thing I want to say before the board has discussion on your budget, Karen. I know that's one of the first things is I'm actually going to recuse myself and leave from this discussion. My husband plows for the town, and I think there's question on a snow line item. I could sit as a budget as a whole, but when you start discussing specific items, I cannot participate. So Ms. Malinowski is going to take over chairing the budget discussion. Mr. Purple, you will text me when this portion of the budget, portion of the discussion is done, and then I will come back in for the balance. Thank you. Ms. Malinowski?
Thank you. Hi, Karen.
Hello.
I'm not sure if you were here for the other budget discussions, but we just, and Vanessa has it teed up to bring over the budgets as we talk through it. So I don't know if you want to give a kind of a general overview of where you're at with it.
Sure. So it's a level service budget. We have, this doesn't include, because the union is up for their contract this year. So it doesn't include any COLAs for them. So cost of living increases, just anyone who had a step is in that. Otherwise SAP raises, and then, like I said, just the steps for anyone in the union. We have a few items that have gone up.
Sorry,
and some
Karen, I'm just
maybe-
going to interrupt you. I don't think this is the right version because refuse disposal should be at 290 and it's at 265 on this.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Yeah, that's not the same one.
So hold on one second. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off midstream.
No, that's-
Karen,
glad
do
you
you
noticed.
have it on your computer? This is the last version I got from Brian. If you have an updated version
Vanessa,
on your,
I have it. Do you want to
Oh,
share?
okay.
Can I?
Sure.
You want me to share screen?
Sure. Thanks.
Sorry.
Let me take this one down.
Okay.
The one in the packet is correct.
Sorry, Karen.
That's okay.
Vanessa, I still can't share.
Here we go.
Okay. Nope, this isn't right. Sorry. That's the other one. I got too many budgets open. Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so all right, so our budget, DPW budget is really heavy more on items that we buy or contracts. So it's gone up in a few places. I don't think anyone's surprised. Gasoline. I actually did end up lowering that a little bit. So now we're at, sorry, I'm in the wrong area. Gasoline. All right, do you want me to start at the top and then go down? That'd be easier.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So like I said, so the new contract for the crew is not included in the salary budget. So that will change. As you scroll down and you get to the snow removal contract 5291, I carried a bad number in 22. I really don't need that. The 116 is a more reasonable number right now. So that's basically where we're moving with that. This last storm, so it's the first storm we've had to use contractors this year. It was a 21-hour storm for contractors. It was a 26-hour storm for the crew. That's about $39,000. It was about $15,000 in overtime, I think, 13 to 15. I wrote them down, but I can't find the right sheets now. But I feel confident that we can live within those numbers. As you go down to the next one, refuse disposal, that made a big jump in 2021. And then also in, I'm level funding over from 2022. Reason being is that in 2020, remember, these are fiscal years, so 2020 fiscal ended July 2020 or June 2020. So half the year of 2020, half the year of 2021, when everyone was working from home, our refuse was up significantly. We were up at around 2,700 tons of refuse. Now we're back down to where we stand, which is around 2,550. So that makes a big difference at about 70 something dollars per ton. We also have in that we used to have a no pay for recycling. Now we do pay, and we've been building that in since January 2018, when we got told that we were going to start paying for that, and that all has to do with the China thing. This is accounting for that 290 does address the where that's going or gone, and that's countered by the refuse numbers. The tonnage is coming down a little bit and going back to normal. You keep going down, you'll see we did go up in the other purchase services, and that just is, we're just trying to keep up with really where we seem to average out. We do need to, we do have a lot of stuff that we do put out to other contracts. And I have a spreadsheet of what it's used for last year on that OpenGov thing, or whatever it was last year. We kind of listed what we have in that, but I can give you a summary if you want to know that. And then you go down a little bit farther, gasoline. I obviously had to put that up a decent amount because gas has gone crazy. We're seeing it at pumps ourselves, but the problem we're having obviously is that we pay based off of Boston Low. So I had gotten a $2.50 a gallon for some gas. I had a $2.46, so we've been kind of in a reasonable range. But I just got diesel the other day for $3.06. So I'm trying to come up with, who knows what's going to happen next year, but best guess, I think this should cover everything we need. As you know, we do gas and diesel for every vehicle in town. So facilities, everybody, right? Facilities, recreation, building, police, fire, and us. And then salt and sand. Again, that's a number that I'm pretty confident with. We're doing a blended salt right now because, again, the costs are just going crazy on some things, but I don't know that they're going to carry for another whole year at this kind of rate. But the salt that we were getting last year went up $20 a ton, which is a lot considering that we buy 1,500 tons of salt in a year at least. However, by using a blend and not using just, you guys, I call it the green salt, you'll see it, it's green when you see it out there. That's just, it's a special salt that's been treated so that it will work at lower temperatures than regular salt. So by blending and using, like now, obviously this time of year, you need to go to the green salt, but in March, you don't need to. You can use regular in December. So that's pretty much the bulk of what's changed significantly in the budget. If you guys have any other questions, that's just the highway tax budget. But the total is a 0.8% increase, but don't forget that there'll also be a little more increase because of the collective bargaining agreement.
Thanks, Karen. I'll just go around. Mr. Healy, do you have any questions?
I don't, and I jumped off for a second. Just in terms of, actually, I do have a question. What am I saying I don't? The snow removal contract. Did you talk about that? Why it's down $50,000 or $49,000?
Yeah, I kind of went through it quick. That had been, I had that up basically too high. I had assumed some more hours than the average that I usually, I look at like 10, 3, 5 years, see what our average use is. And I basically just overdid the average.
So the jump
So,
last year,
I brought
the
it to
jump
what I
last
think
year
is
was
more.
the aberration.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I brought it to what is actually more reasonable.
Okay. No, otherwise, I mean, they are reasonable. They're reasonable numbers. Curious, the new equipment where it's now 0, is that going to show up in a capital item somewhere or?
Well, it's funny that you should say that. So, new equipment, when I was talking to the finance committee about it, they said, well, what's new? And I said, well, you know, it's we're buying like an attachment for this. And they're like, that's not new. That's replacing, like you were using a snow blower, now you're using a plow on it or something. They said it's replacing something else. So they said for new equipment, anything I'm really looking at that's new is something that would have to go through capital based on our standard for what makes capital.
Okay. All right. So that means that just dropped down to the next line.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can kind of see it, right?
Great. Thanks, Karen. I'm all good.
Okay. Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. Thanks, Karen. Good to see you. I've been following the conversations about this previously, so I think I'm pretty much up to speed on the numbers. I do have a question, Karen, about the recycling line. I saw a news story recently from, I think it was Derry, New Hampshire, where the DPW director was quoted as saying that they're getting paid significant money now for recycled materials, which is a big change, and the town's making pretty good money off of that. Have we seen any signs of that with our recycling folks at this point?
So we do get paid for newspaper and we do get paid for corrugated currently. And it's based on the rate for the day minus a certain amount of money. So what they can sell it for. I haven't found anybody who's willing to pay us for recyclable plastics or like the commingled. So that piece is still something that we are paying for.
Okay. But you are seeing that market turning around some, because it was pretty grim for a while.
Yes, the amount we're paying to get rid of it now is less than it had been.
I'll try to dig that article out and send it to you. It might be worth giving that fellow a call and seeing if he's got some market that we're not aware of. But it'd be great if we could find a way to make some money off of that. But
yeah, that'd be great.
My only comment, no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dennington.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to let other members of the board know that I met with Karen twice, and we reviewed this budget. And if you remember, at the first iteration of it, there was actually a significant, well, not significant, couple percent increase. And so I think the exercise that happened here was really, Karen kind of sharpened her pencil and looked at budgeting to more some of the actual figures on a lot of these line item numbers. So I think it's a budget's in pretty good shape. And it was also, the subject of a pretty healthy discussion at the advisory committee. And I also think that Eric Fernandez of the advisory committee did a great job of really in that kind of budget, the pencil sharpening exercise to go from where the initial number was to where we are now.
Okay, thank you. And I think overall, I agree with the salary amount and the expense amount. I still am not convinced that we should be dropping the snow removal contract line item that amount, just given the DOR requirements. And so I think overall I agree with the budget, but I'd like to continue to monitor the FY23 expenses and see if there's, any more comfort with not exceeding the 116 in that line item, given the reporting requirements that have to happen. So overall, I agree with the numbers. I think it's a very realistic budget, understanding that the CBAs are not in here yet. But that's all I had for comments. Sharing. Okay, I think we're good on that topic. So I'm not sure if Lisa's gonna come back or if I should start on.
I just texted her. She should be back hopefully momentarily.
Thank you. Okay, back to you.
Great, thank you. Do I look like relieved? You know, it was nice to have a 10-minute break. Thank you very much. All right, Karen, thank you again for coming. Just a couple things I wanted to touch on. There was some, Karen had a great discussion with Capital at the last meeting, and I know Mr. Malinowski had forwarded over to advisory and Mr. Purple some of the updates. So Mark, if you would like to touch on some of the capital changes to the budget. I know we're gonna have a budget discussion later, but while Karen's here, in case there's any questions.
So do you want me to hit on all of the items, Madam Chair, or just cherry pick for Karen, which really I think is only one?
Yes.
Two items. Okay.
Yes. Why don't you just do the two?
Just for the DPW pieces, Capital had talked about the Newton Street water main. The latest estimate for the project was about $2.5 million. The feasibility study was done and is in the process. It was appropriated from last year's town meeting. We're hoping to have firm bids for the project in hand for town meeting, and a significant portion of the article, if approved, is going to utilize a previously issued water fund bond for a project out on Route 9. Again, we can apply those funds to this project, which will reduce the project by, I think, just about $1 million, Karen, a little bit under.
Like 900, yes.
900, okay. And so Capital had voted unanimously to support that article. The big discussion, I think, was on the road maintenance. I know this board has talked about that. There was $400,000 that was being carried in the budget as presented for this use, which is what was recommended by Ms. Galligan for annual road maintenance. And there was a nice presentation of some of the detail that Ms. Galligan had put together. And again, she understands how this all fits together better than I do. So distilling it down, into layman's terms, as I understand it, is she has sufficient funds as we speak for all of the projects that have been bid, including the Main Street project as well as the CSX crossing. The use of $400,000 or the allocation of $400,000 from the budget for an article for this year, as well as the anticipated $434,000 in Chapter 90, is going to allow her the ability to have enough funds combined in order to go out and put out another project bid. And she had provided some information which we can talk about at a later date, as some of the projects that she is looking at considering for use of some of that money. If she were to go through her projects as currently funded and we didn't do the $400,000, it would not leave enough in the fund in order for another bid to be solicited. And it doesn't give us as much latitude in case there's some overages on the existing projects or bids come in higher, things of that nature. So I think Capital Committee unanimously was comfortable with recommending the $400,000 to the Board of Selectmen for capital. So those are the only two pieces I think that involve DPW from a capital perspective.
Yeah, and the only thing I'll add is that at our next meeting, I think there was a good presentation on the road monies, explaining where all the monies came from. So I think we'll have that come up at our next meeting, just so the board has a better understanding of the monies that Mark was just referencing. So we'll do that at the next meeting. But Karen, is there anything you wanted to add to that? I mean, the only other thing I'll add for the board is I took no positions on some of the articles that Mark is going to talk about, some of the changes tonight, because I thought my place was to vote with the Board of Selectmen on these. So those two items, as Mark said, were unanimously voted on by Capital. Karen, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think I'm good.
I think you're good. Okay. So Are there any questions for Mark on the capital piece regarding the two items that he just specifically talked about, the road monies and the Newton Street water main project? Okay, I see none. So the next piece for Karen is that the board is well aware in the packet that there was a resignation from the tree warden. I just wanted to touch on this briefly because this is really a bigger discussion than I think we're going to have tonight. So I just wanted to share some general information with the board that I guess there was a town meeting vote taken in 1978 that made every road non-numbered, which is basically if you take out 85, Route 9, and Route 30, every other road is a scenic road. And that being said, there's a lot more involved with planning board hearings and whatnot for scenic roads on any trees, on anything that needs to be done. So I just wanted to give the board just a quick update on that the scenic roads, the requirements by statute and bylaw require a lot more work from the building and from the tree warden, who currently gets a $4,000 stipend a year. So there's going to be a lot more meetings that are going to have to be attended. So the board needs to think about a path forward, including potentially restructuring the position as required. It currently sits in the SAP. And it's the Board of Selectmen that is the appointing authority by statute. So again, I think it's a larger discussion than tonight. I know Planning Board has reached out and wants to have some conversations. So I think we'll put it on the agenda for our next meeting along with the road monies. And hopefully there'll be more information that we could give. I know Karen has kind of beat her head against the wall a little bit on this. It's a lot more restrictive, and it would basically create some potential issues for our DPW. So again, without getting into a big discussion, go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, and I agree with all that. My bigger concern is number one, finding out exactly what happened in 1978. It seems like a very odd vote.
Yeah.
Number one, but if it happened, it happened. And the additional burden on DPW is obviously something that is going to have to be dealt with.
Yeah.
Honestly, the bigger concern for me is, trees are great and protecting trees are great, but it seems we're losing people's property and potential safety issues here, because sometimes trees have to be taken down for, and it struck me that from the resignation letter from the tree warden, that was one of his concerns, that he was not going to be able to ensure the safety of people's property. And I know I've seen it in my neighborhood, but also of people with trees that need to be taken down, not being taken down because we've created some sort of unnecessary regulatory scheme. So Karen, are trees that pose a danger, are you going to be able to address those in a reasonable time, given the resignation of the tree warden, the surfacing of this 1978 vote, and otherwise? I don't like that delay. I mean, that spoke volumes, I think, in some respects.
The difference, I guess, just to make it just quick, or try to make it quick, and Mark, if I go down the rabbit hole, stop me. We were always under the we were always under the impression that dead trees were a hazard and you could take them down and it wasn't a problem. When people dug into this recently, they found that actually on scenic roads, it doesn't matter if the tree is dead, it has to have a hearing. Hazard not anything, it has to have a hearing with the planning board. Under the chapter that dictates the tree warden's rules, 87, chapter 87 MGL, right? That one, a hazard tree can come down, a dead tree is considered a hazard, we could take it down. But once it's on a scenic road, you can't do it. It has to go to planning. If 87 still requires one, it has to be a joint hearing, but if 87 doesn't require it, it's an individual hearing by the planning board. I have no doubt the planning board is going to see a dead tree and say, yes, take it down. But there's posting, there's newspaper, then they have to have the hearing. And it's just a matter of, there's no discretionary, it leaves no discretion to the tree warden or who, or, you know, us. And I have found that people, even if the resident sees it, knows it's dead and wants it down, but other people don't believe that, or don't necessarily, they hadn't looked at it and say, wait, you took it down without a tree hearing. So people are very acutely aware of what the law is. And we have to follow that. We did not know before. Now that we do know, we don't have an option.
So Marty, I think there's going to be lots of information coming at the next meeting. Planning board, the chair had sent a note through Karina today that they want to sit down and you know, have some form of discussion about this. So it's forthcoming. You know, we'll have more information.
I hear that, but is there a liability issue for the town if we don't take a tree down because of this construct?
According to Karen, you can correct me. According to council, the scenic road bylaw requires, it doesn't matter if you're trimming a tree, if it's a dead tree, a hazard tree, it has to go through because all of the roads, and in 1978.
I don't disagree with that, Lisa. What happens if there's damage? Is there liability for the town? Do we know if we asked town council that? I suspect the answer is yes.
I would imagine so. I don't disagree. So again, that he'll be involved in the discussions leading up to, and I think potentially Marty even coming to our next meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Stivers.
Yeah, as folks know, I've been involved in this for a while here, and I guess I hear what you say, Marty, but I'm not convinced that there's a huge problem here, in the sense that my experience with recent hearings is that planning board as well as a tree warden can actually work through a sizable number of trees in this process. Most of the trees that are up for consideration are clear in terms of, yes, it's dead, it should come down. Very few generate much discussion or contention around it. So I think that the issue is not so much the ability to get a list of trees that need to come down, but a budget to actually do the tree work necessary. I think Karen currently has a big backlog of trees that I think everybody agrees should come down, but there's limited funds to actually sign contracts with tree companies to take them down. So I think we've always had and will continue to have some liability for a tree that we believe should come down, but we simply haven't gotten to it to take the thing down. So that's not a new issue, but I look forward to more detailed conversation maybe with town council on the liability issues.
Okay. Mr. Purple.
I think with all due respect, I think the issue is not going to be, you know, having the money to take the trees down. I think the issue is going to be having the money to pay somebody as tree warden. You know, we were very fortunate to have an employee who had the proper certification and met the requirements of the Mass General Law to be a tree warden, and we paid a $4,000 stipend. You know, we don't have that. That doesn't exist anymore. And I think going outside of that is, you know, may force us into considering an arborist who is likely going to be a contract and likely going to be an hourly rate and not a stipend. So that's going to be a budgetary item that, you know, as we talk about trying to narrow this budget down and trying to, you know, to do some of that, I think this is something that we're going to have to consider. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I know it's a discussion for next meeting. I'm just putting that out there that we may have gotten away, you know, I don't want to say on the cheap because we got good quality for what we were paying for, but I think it's going to be a bit more expensive on the other side.
Karen, go ahead, and then we'll go to Andrew and then Chelsea.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention part of the issue too is a lot depends on what the planning board bylaw says, because they are looking for an arborist or someone with an arboriculture degree. So we wouldn't meet that anyway.
Okay, Mr. Dennington.
Sure. So, Lisa, this is one of those times where you said, let's not get into a whole discussion, but we're starting to preview the discussion.
I know.
You know, it was definitely eye-opening for me to learn about this 1978 bylaw. And I think that one of the key issues for me is, you know, defining what are the scenic roads in town, because when this was probably 4 or 5 months ago, there was an agenda item where I think Sam put together a draft policy. And I remember seeing a list of scenic roads, and it was I don't know, 20 roads, 25, and it looked like an excellent starting point. You know, you look down the list, like my road, the road I live on. I personally like it, but I don't think it's a scenic road. You know, that's one of the things I know that there is a placeholder on the warrant for the planning board. Planning board has a draft bylaw about this. I haven't been following it super closely, but you know, that's really their function, these zoning bylaws. But I think that's a key issue here that has a budgetary impact and just a common sense impact. Is I'm going to advocate against my own street being considered a scenic road. It's, you know, doesn't preserve that level of protection.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Ms. Malinowski.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see kind of where this goes, and actually have some similar concerns to Marty in terms of the safety aspect to this. So
Yeah,
there's more to
so the suggestion from planning board was, you know, to have Karen sit down with a member of planning board, a member of the Board of Selectmen, but I really think this is probably a better discussion to invite planning board to come to our next meeting and allow the full board to participate in this discussion. That's my opinion. It's what I think. If the board thinks it's better to have, you know, a member sit down with a member of planning board and Karen, I just think it's a bigger discussion. And I think Jay needs to be included in this discussion to really get to where we need to be. I think we need clear guidance. So
I agree with that. And I want to take a look at what happened in 1978.
Okay.
It just seems like a very odd vote, but there are odd votes at town meetings.
There are. So, okay.
Article 31.
Article 3. There you go. So
I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear you, Andrew.
It was Article 41 at the 1978. The yes votes 97, no votes 66.
You know what? I've noticed in the participants, attendees over there, that Mr. Haggerty has been lurking. So, Mr. Haggerty, I'm going to come visit you and pick your brain and records about this.
All right. Okay. Great. Thank you. So we'll have a path forward. We'll plan and you know, Mark, will you double check with council and make sure he would be available for the discussion as well? And we'll send an invite to planning board as well. I think it's just better to have this discussion out in the open and, you know, figure out a path. So that being said, that's all we had left for you, Karen. Thank you. I know you're probably tired, as you said, was it 26 hours, the DPW? So
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys.
much appreciated.
We didn't talk about water budget. I hate to even bring it up. Any issues?
Chelsea, any issues? I'm good.
I didn't have any issues. No, sorry, I skipped over that.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Karen. Have a good night. Okay.
Madam
Andrew, go ahead.
Chair,
Yes.
could we have a 5-minute recess?
We may. I already had mine, but yes, the board may have a 5-minute recess. We'll convene back at 9:27.
So I am very cold because in this post-COVID, because there's so dramatically fewer office workers in a building like this, they turn down the heat much earlier, and you can really feel it. I am.
Are you in Boston?
Yep.
Oh, God.
All right, we're waiting Mr. Stivers and we will move forward. All right, the board is back from their break. Again, welcome back, everybody. Next discussion is Economic Development Committee Chair to discuss 4 topics. Rob, do you have a, let's see if you have a quorum. Did you plan on having a quorum in order to call your meeting to order?
We posted the agenda. I took a look at the attendees and it's just myself and Chris Robbins. So we do not have a quorum. So we don't have to call the meeting to order. We can do that much quicker.
Okay, that is perfect. So we'll dive right in. I know it's late. I know everybody's, it's been a long few weeks for everybody. So you know what, first we'll just bring up and we'll take a quick look at your budget, see if there's any questions from the board on that. Vanessa, if you wouldn't mind sharing one final budget. And I'm not actually sure if I asked you to share this one. I can't remember, actually. Oh, she's good. All right, perfect, Rob. So kind of the same thing that we had kind of talked about with everyone is if you want to just take a second and talk about some of the changes to your budget and why those changes are there, that would be a great starting point.
And I can keep it pretty short. What the EDC decided to do was keep its budget the same as last year, except for 2 key things. One, cost of living increase salary wise for Marika. She does fabulous work for the EDC. And then the dues and membership. And the dues and membership did go up in part because we took over, there's a little note on there, the payments for some subscriptions played by planning or other departments. So across the line, in-state travel, office supplies, other contracted services, same as last year. And as I said, the salary was the only change.
Right. That was brief. That was quick. We'll open it up. Mr. Stivers.
I'm okay. No questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dennington.
No questions.
All right, Ms. Malinowski.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Healy.
I've got 25 questions. No, I'm good.
All right, and actually, I don't have any questions either, Rob. We figured while you were here, we would take the opportunity to talk about your budget. So thank you for that brief recap. That was wonderful. Next up, the one-stop grant. So, nope, sorry, Rob.
Oh, nope, I'm glad. The one thing I will say, I can answer some of the questions on behalf of the EDC, but I do work in state economic development. So one of the grants within the One Stop is run by my agency. So if a question comes up on that, I might have to defer or recuse myself on that. I just want to get that out up front.
Appreciate it. And one of the reasons that I had put it on here is we knew that you were coming anyway. And I just wanted to take a second and just talk about just making sure that as we go through, even though it's the expression of interest, that we make sure that collaboration, happens. I know that, you guys are working towards that, but I think we need to make sure that before, I know you're under somewhat of a timeline. I know planning board's going to discuss it on the 7th. I think Shopsy had some general questions they wanted to come back with you guys with. I'm sure Mr. Healy could update those if need be. And again, that was the main thing for me, and we'll certainly open it up to the board. I kind of compared it. I went back and looked at what last year's submission was versus this year's submission. I see there were a lot of changes. I'm assuming that was probably based on feedback that you received last year. So for me, the key thing is just to make sure that at the beginning of this process, that SHOPC, Planning Board, Capital, all have a say. I know it's just the expression of interest. It's not the actual application, but it always starts better to have the feedback at the beginning.
No, and to that point, that always was the intention for the EDC to work collaboratively with each of the groups. The one thing that I do know is that last year there were over 1,000 grants that were applied for. And for those 1,000 grants, there were an awful lot of expressions of interest. And the expressions of interest that came in on the earlier side had more eyes on them, got better feedback. And to that, as we had applied last year, my real goal and advocating for Marika to move this forward a little bit quicker was that we had already applied and that the feedback from the state can be very beneficial to creating a stronger application. We were never going to submit that application without the feedback from our partners at SHOPC or the Planning Board. And the fact that the state's feedback could potentially change the application and the expression of interest, what we wanted to do is make sure that we started getting that feedback from them as soon as possible, with the ability to bring that back to our partners for obviously the stronger application. Marika has gotten in touch with the relevant groups. We want to get on their agendas as soon as possible. I think one of the things in the master plan was the Route 9 corridor, and the one of the hurdles to furthering the economic development there is sewer and infrastructure. And so it's really important from an economic development perspective that we have the strongest grant possible. So the feedback from the state and the collaboration from our partners was kind of, I think, the goals that we had going forward. So that's just kind of where I think our committee is coming from. Obviously, we can't submit the application without the feedback from the Board of Selectmen, the Select Board, and the town as well. So that's just kind of one of the things. So.
Sorry, I very much appreciate that, Rob. And again, collaboration, there's a lot of moving parts on Route 9 being looked at, and collaboration is key. Marty, I'm going to go to you first because I know SHOPC generally discussed this. I don't know where you guys ended up at your last.
Not with anything specific. There's going to be a meeting on February 10th and it'll be greater discussion. I guess the one thing, I mean, it's interesting hearing Rob, you talk about it, is I think it makes a lot of sense to, again, SHOPC's meeting on the 10th. It sounds like the Planning Board is meeting on the 7th.
Yep.
But I think it's important for the EDC to have some flexibility here, that if the feedback from even ourselves, but from others for this initial submission gets delayed, that you all have the leeway to make the submission. Because I hear you that if we're going to be hurt because we wait an extra 2 or 3 weeks, we've got to balance that. So I think you've done the right thing by reaching out for feedback, but by the same token, if we end up being at fault or others end up being at fault in delaying getting information to you, I think we need to tell you that you have the leeway to go forward and get that thing filed. At least that's my view.
I do appreciate that. And I should also say that the community one-stop application has already opened. So people can actually fill out and submit their applications right now, in addition to the expressions of interest. So it's those parallel tracks. And I do appreciate the idea of flexibility should, we still have comments, because the applications themselves aren't due until much later, May and June. And so we can actually adjust that from further comments. So I do appreciate the flexibility.
All right, Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. Hi, Rob. Thanks for coming and hanging in there for a couple hours. So in terms, and this is more for my education on how this process works, but we did the expression of interest last year, and then we applied for the actual grant cycle, and we didn't get it. And so was there a feedback process on why we didn't get it? And how did we kind of take that back to then do this expression of interest?
So yes, we did receive feedback from the state. I think what they were hoping for, and if Marika were here, she'd correct me because I'm going to talk a little bit more in generalities. It was a little bit too vague, and they were looking for something more focused. The one thing about the Community One Stop is that if you apply, they want to see a deliverable, and they want that deliverable to then lead to a second project. So that with something so vague as Route 9 needs a little bit of help, we might need to focus a little bit more. And that's where the feedback that the state provided last year can be very useful, in addition to the fact that they have increased the number of grants this year. And because they've done it 1 year, they might be having a little bit more quality feedback the earlier you get in to make sure you have a strong application.
So how does this, so I assume that the EEA grant, as with the wastewater that we got for Route 9, would play into any expression of interest to that. So did that help to narrow the scope of the expression of interest for this round?
It probably will. The one thing that the expression of interest wants to see is building upon past plans. If we had a more recent master plan, we pull it out and use it. We're using an older master plan. We have a housing production plan. We have an economic development plan. We have all of those things. Going forward, it's those deliverables at the end. And this EEA grant, which will kind of study the wastewater, should be a component on how the zoning might need to change, how the infrastructure might be upgraded to allow us to do something. So I think both run hand in hand. And I think the fact that we do have the EEA grant is going to be a benefit to us long-term for securing more grant funding.
So, and I didn't compare last year's expression of interest to this year's, but can you kind of just at a high level explain how you were able to narrow the scope on this one to kind of give it a better chance?
Well, with that, I'm going to take as a reviewer for grants and with an organization that I did not get involved in writing. I did not get involved in reading.
Fair enough. Okay.
I know that puts me in a difficult position as chair, but what I did know is that a lot of my committee members, Marika, we had good help from Claire Reynolds as well to kind of work on a grant. So I'm going to put my faith in them that they did a good job.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. Welcome, Rob. I think there's a great opportunity. I echo Marty's comments. I think we're best off actually putting ourselves in a position to get approval for something here versus waiting and missing out on getting approval for the perfect project. So I think that the wastewater on Route 9 is a great opportunity and something that we ought to be able to package in a way that can get a variety of support here, not only at the state level, but the new federal programs, I think, are sending a lot of money through federal agencies as well for these kind of projects. And so it seems to me there's a strong story there in terms of overall economic development, tax base improvement, et cetera, for the town that could get funded here in a way that the town could never afford to fund by itself. So to me, it's a huge opportunity to get everybody moving in the same direction. And I encourage you to keep pushing on this. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Dennington.
Hi, Rob. Much of what I would say is just duplicative of what everyone has just said, but I'm excited at the work that you're doing and you're pursuing these grants. I guess the one other comment I would add is I would think that the fact that the town in the last year or two got a grant to work on the downtown zoning, and that did eventually translate into an actual revised bylaw, would also help you in terms of demonstrating how the town can use the money in a very productive way to produce a deliverable.
And I think that's the deliverable that you want. You don't want to do change just for change's sake. You actually want to use the grant funds to, the zoning along Route 9 could be improved for both, business recruitment, business retention, and quite frankly, people get stuck on Route 9 all the time. The ability to potentially add new restaurants, potential new zoning and new businesses there kind of adds to our tax revenue base and spread that economic development pyramid so that we have more funds coming in. So it is one of the goals for the EDC, and Marika has done a great job of this, of identifying and going after the grants when they're available. Because if we can leverage what we get from the state, it can only enhance what we can do at the residential level too.
Okay, is that it, Andrew? Yep,
That's it.
Marty, and then I'll go. Go ahead.
Just, I remember I worked with Marika and Vanessa on the grant last year, or the expression of interest, and then the follow-up. And one of the themes that coursed throughout the entire thing was exactly what you just said, which is the need for different zoning on Route 9. Now, and Lisa, maybe this is something, if the planning board is going to come in and talk with us, it just strikes me that again, particularly given what happened with the downtown initiative, zoning remains a primary function for the planning board.
Mhm.
And it just seems to me that the state is going to look a lot more kindly on a grant request. In other words, the opportunity for the town of Southborough to get this money if the planning board is taking steps to address this zoning. I mean, it's not the Board of Selectmen's job. It's not the EDC job. It's the planning board's job. They are the ones who oversee zoning. And I just think that it would behoove us to light a fire under them, unless they disagree with the idea that you need different zoning on Route 9.
Well, I agree, Marty, other than the fact that there's something on the table now. Planning board is going to discuss it, and they're going to give feedback on it on the 7th. And a lot of what's in here, you're right, has to do with zoning, with mixed use, with diversity and housing. And I think in having some form of united front as this moves forward, I think these meetings and on the 7th, they're going to be key. The last thing you want is planning board to feel they weren't included in something that's going to, a big impact of this is zoning on Route 9. So I think the opportunity to ask those questions is on the 7th. And again, I completely agree with flexibility, Marty. I do. I think, we need to submit something. And is everybody probably going to agree at the end of the day? One second, Mr. Purple. Maybe not. But I think the concern for me is making sure that everybody feels they had a part of the discussion. And I mean, I think had this just gone in, I think there would have been starting off on the wrong foot. So I don't disagree with you, Marty, that planning is going to have a big voice and a big part in how this is going to go as far as the zoning piece. And maybe that piece is that they take the lead, but again, we certainly can have those discussions with them when they come in, when we invite them to talk about the tree warden, we could certainly put this on the agenda as well and try to forward this discussion a little bit. But I agree. I don't think it should hinder this initial plan from going in as well. I think there needs to be flexibility, but I plan on obviously, as most of us will, hearing what the discussion is going to be, from planning board and their position. And we'll know that more by the 15th anyway. I don't know if that was helpful, but I think it's a path. And again, at the end of the day, the last thing, I don't want to face somebody saying that you're talking about EDC's talking about this on Route 9 or EDC's talking about this, and we didn't have a say, and that falls under the purview. So I think it's important. Well, EDC is spearheading this. Realistically, that's what's happening. EDC is taking the first giant steps once again, and I want to make sure that they have the support that's needed for them as they move forward on this as well, Marty. And I think that comes from us. That comes from us.
To that point, I think the feedback from the planning board is going to be vital to having a strong application.
Yeah.
I just, from a personal, professional perspective, getting feedback from the state sooner is always better. But I will say, and someone brought up zoning, the pandemic has changed office work considerably. And those discussions around zoning and parking requirements for buildings might come up so that we could think about more green space along Route 9, better ways to connect those places that we have. I think that is the holistic discussion that we can have with the application. Should we receive it and should we bring in the consultant? And then it's getting the grant and then having that further participation by the planning board at those meetings with the consultant. And that is where I think they are going to be just as valuable, because their feedback, talking face to face with someone who does it from a professional and can compare it to other communities, is vital. So it's that continuum. And the discussion that I heard is flexibility to get the expression of interest in sooner, but any final application is a holistic town approach. So I think I can bring that back to the EDC pretty well.
Okay, great. Mr. Purple, sorry.
No, that's fine. I didn't want to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure I got my place in line. Just a question on process based on the discussion, and I'm not sure if we're focusing on the expression of interest, and we really should be focusing on the application. So Mr. Healy graciously agreed to be involved in this process, helping to put this together last time for expression of interest. And then also for, I'm hoping he doesn't take off his mute. And also with the application. And we received comments back on the expression of interest for this project. And then we moved it forward. It did not get funded. We did get feedback from the state. I know that Mr. Healy took a look at this again, for expression of interest this time, but essentially it appears to be the same application. I'm not sure why we're going back for another bite at the apple for comments on expression of interest when, I don't know what benefit it's going to serve. And I think the effort should be put more towards, this collaborative effort that we've been discussing tonight, for the application process. Unless I'm missing something, I don't know what the comments are going to be that much different, given that, we're essentially putting forward, what we put forward last time for expression of interest.
I can answer some of those questions. I do know that the majority of grants that received money from the state as part of the One Stop last year did actually submit an expression of interest. That being said, we did an expression of interest and we didn't receive that grant. There is no mandate that you submit an expression of interest before an application. So, there could be that argument is the wrong term. There could be that discussion about whether or not we want to just jump straight into the application without submitting the expression of interest. I myself, and I'm going to be very careful in what I say here, working for an organization that does receive these grants, does give out a grant, and does receive expression of interest, it's very useful for the state to know that someone has interest so that they are not surprised. So I do think having an expression of interest in the system is a good thing and something that we should definitely try to do, even if it's only something very similar to what we did last year.
Okay, so let me ask this question then of the board. Similar to, I guess, Marty talking about flexibility. And is the board willing to is the board receptive to the conversations continuing with planning board on the 7th, with Shopsy on the 10th, and EDC submitting the expression of interest as it sits today. Not delaying go ahead, Marty.
Can I ask one question?
Mhm.
Rob, do you think there will be a significant difference if that expression of interest goes in on February 11th as opposed to February 2nd or 3rd?
Well, I will give you an honest answer. I don't think it will change that much, except in the perception of our partners who we want to be on board with us. I
Wait
think
till the 11th.
Yeah.
That's all right. I was throwing the option out there, Marty. I believe the 11th is the right way to go as well. So,
I do, because I don't think
Yep.
it's going to change, but I want to make sure that the planning board knows that we want their opinion and they're going to be part of it. So.
okay. Rob, are you planning on attending on the 7th, or is someone from EDC?
I think someone is. I don't know what my work schedule is yet.
Okay.
I don't want to be like Andrew in the office at 9:45.
I know, we still got to drive home. I know.
Freezing.
Okay. All right. So we'll move on from this then. We'll plan on that on the 11th. Let's move on to the EDC BOS business visits. I had brought this up, Rob, to the board, and then Rob and I, had a great conversation on opportunities and things that we can do to kind of move this forward. So, I mean, in order to streamline, because we still have a ways to go on our agenda tonight, I would be happy to potentially work with Rob if the board would like, or Andrew, I think you're the EDC. I don't know if you have time. I would be happy, as I did this program similar before, when Brian Schiffrin was on the board. I'd be happy to talk to Rob and come back with some ideas that we could present to the board at the next meeting. In the, based on time.
If you're looking for a volunteer to coordinate with Rob, trying to interpret what you just said, or whether you're
So
volunteer yourself.
I
or you're
said
looking for-
I would be happy to do it, but you're the
Okay.
liaison, and I don't want to step on your toes. But I
Okay.
have
Well,
done this.
We could do it together.
We can certainly, well, we could do it together. I don't want to do a quorum issue. So that's fine. Okay. So in the interest of time, we'll bring something forth back to the board with some ideas on this. Robert, is that work for you as well?
It does. And I
Okay.
think the one thing that the EDC wants to do is everyone has lives, they have jobs. And what we want to do is have as wide a tent as possible, so that when we do have an opportunity working through Marika to talk to a business, select board is there, EDC is there, and it doesn't necessarily always have to be me, doesn't always have to be Andrew. It can be more wide.
Agreed. And that's what we tried to do before, is we tried to allow all board members, based on their schedules, to participate in this. And again, what we did with Chris, the conversations that Chris and I had, I think were really valuable to the businesses in town as well. So again, we'd like to see that continue. And I think the board was pretty receptive at our last meeting to, as schedules allow. There was quite a bit of support in doing this. So we'll work offline on that. We'll come back.
Lisa,
Okay.
can I just add one thing as you're doing the planning for this?
Yes.
As it relates to restaurants, our food inspector is providing Zoom classes, like 15 minutes for education for our restaurant owners and employees. So I'd love to kind of get her into this mix as her schedule allows, so that we're aware of kind of what's going on and can assist the restaurants as needed.
That's a great idea, Chelsea. Okay, perfect. Okay. On to our next item, the EEA grant.
Yes.
So there were questions on this at our last meeting. And I know, Rob, you submitted a bunch of information for the board.
Yes. I hopefully we thought it might be easier coming up with answers to potential questions on that. It's once again, and I think this ties back into the budget and the great work that Marika has done as the EDC coordinator. Over the past 2 years, it's spent over $300,000 worth of grants that Marika has helped the town receive. And I think that's beneficial to the business community and residents. And this EEA grant to study the wastewater, I think is a great opportunity for us to do some analysis. And the one concern that kind of flowed through, and was one of the key things that I brought up to Marika and the EDC when I spoke, was making sure that Marika is not spread too thin through all of the things that she has to do. The business visits, the admin work that comes along with working with the committee, the business outreach, website, the marketing, shop Sobo. One of the things that the EDC wanted to do was make this process as easy as possible for Marika, because she only has 19 and a half hours, and she is working more than that. I can guarantee on all the things. So we had approached this EEA grant as using some capital from the EDC's budget for contract services to help get a project manager to help her, but also make sure that we achieved the match that was necessary from the state grant. So that's kind of the thinking from the EDC's perspective about this particular grant, how we can maximize our budget and the match, and make sure that Marika has the flexibility within her time schedule to achieve all of the other goals that the EDC set out.
Okay, thank you, Rob. I know there was some specific questions from the board. Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. So Rob, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, and after the conversation we just had on the one stop and the potential for what could come on Route 9, have you as a board discussed potentially getting an OPM to help you kind of with these things that are coming up for your department and for the town?
No, we haven't. And the thing is, a lot of these are more on the analysis and consultancy side right now. And the OPM has always struck me as more involved once you actually have a project or are that much closer to a shovel in the ground. The one thing about the EEA grant is it might come back with some information about wastewater. It might come back and say, listen, you really need to have a town-owned wastewater facility on Route 9 because Deer Island and Boston can't take any more waste. And you're not going to be able to connect to Framingham or Westboro. If you want to see the expansion, you need to do that there. I don't think an OPM would be necessary at that early stage, but perhaps later.
So I guess where I'm going is I think Ms. Reynolds has done a great job with acquiring grants for the town. I think she did a lot of great work with the reporting on the last EEA grant. I just think that with the planning, zoning, wastewater side on Route 9, that we may benefit from going the OPM route, knowing what could come up, and that may actually help us with the application for the one stop, in showing kind of the commitment that like we're really trying to move this ball forward. I would encourage the EDC to kind of look at all options. I mean, I am concerned with, a 45,000 plus the 11,000 for the match, being 57,000 or so, and 13% of that being for, what was outlined and presented to us. I think that there's definitely value in Ms. Reynolds doing the grant applications and some of the reporting. I just would like the EDC to consider a wastewater expert, somebody who understands, tapping into other towns' water systems. I just think that this is a wider scope. And, we didn't get the full amount of the grant. And I know that in the application, it had certain amounts designated to be spent. So where is the other 5,000 coming from? So I just would like some more discussion around like, what are we actually looking for from this? And, you know, what is the best path forward for this particular project, and then hopefully leading into other projects, right? I think this is an extremely important project or projects for the town. And I think there's a lot of different stakeholders. And I just want to make sure that we're, you know, I understand $57,000 is not a huge amount of money, but I just want to make sure that we're getting the best value for the amount of money that we have. And, you know, are we best using the resources that we have? I mean, I would like to see Ms. Reynolds more focused on applying, you know, seeing what else is coming out of the, you know, Baker's ARPA bill and what other infrastructure things can we be applying for. So I just encourage you to kind of think outside the box a little bit and kind of see how things can fit in.
Well, yes, and I think with regard to this grant and Claire's work as a project manager, which was very good with the last grant that we had, there's the administrative aspect of the project management, which is going to take up an awful lot of the time. When you hire the consultants to do the work on Route 9 to get the information on the wastewater, they're going to have that expertise. What they might not have, which is what Claire might bring to the table, is the expertise on the municipality. Who to talk to at town hall, making sure that she tracks all of the hours. When she's talking with, you know, the head of DPW, making sure that all of those things are tracked towards our match, because that part of that match is in kind for time spent by staff. And I think the EDC, and it has always been, it's been my stated goal, and because the EDC isn't here, we haven't necessarily taken a vote. My goal is always to have made Marika's job easier so she can continue to do the things that we want her to do, which are the business outreach and stuff like that. A project manager, whomever that ends up being, is going to help us achieve it. We had good success with Claire on the last grant for our downtown. I think the one thing that she does bring to the table is a way to synthesize the information from the consultants in order to brief not only the EDC, but those people who might come up with questions to us. So I'm not sure what my true answer is to your question. The one thing I do hope is that the select board agrees that this grant is a good idea, signs off on it, and also signs off on the idea that having a project manager, whether or not it's Claire or some other person, can help us get the most from it. And that's all I'm hoping for right now.
Chelsea, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely think this grant is a good idea. So I hope I didn't give that off. I just want to make sure that we're, you know, the budget that was applied for has changed. I have not heard EDC discuss how the monies are going to be reallocated. And I think that there's some, I was concerned about some of the wording in the proposed contract related to awarding contracts. I'm not comfortable with that language. So there were some specific concerns I had about the role or the duties. I think there needs to be some sort of segregation of duties as it fits within town government, right?
Yeah.
But I would like to hear EDC have more discussion around how they're going to spend the funds and have a plan. I don't think at least I have not heard in a public meeting, you discuss if the 7,500 is an appropriate amount out of the 5,700 of the grant. So I guess what I'm asking for you is to have a more substantive discussion about what you're looking for and how, you know, where that money is going to be allocated from, and you know, being more long-term planning from a planning perspective, a zoning perspective. Is this really the right approach to spending this grant? That's all I'm asking for. I'm very supportive of the grant. I'm very supportive of the project and moving forward. I'm just asking you to kind of take a step back and you know, not take my questions of this in any personal negative way. I'm just wanting to make sure that we're approaching it the right way. That's all.
No, and to the point, yeah, and I think what we can do, we have a meeting coming up on Thursday, where I believe the EA grant, I was looking for my agenda for Thursday. I believe the EEA grant is on there as a discussion item. If it is, we will be talking about it. If it's not on there, then obviously we won't, and we'll add it to the next one, but I definitely see the point.
Sorry, Mr. Healy.
Yeah, Rob, I had and have some of the same concerns, but I am assuming you follow the a process of talking this through, thinking about a number of the items that Chelsea has raised and that we raised in our last meeting. I am confident that you all will do that properly, and that you'll have a fulsome discussion about it. And if at the end of the day, my view is that if you all come to the determination that Claire is the best person to carry this grant forward, the grant that you all got, and that you all are the driving force behind, I mean, somebody's got to make that call. And I'm more comfortable with you all making that, you all being the EDC, rather than us being your overlords and telling you that, no, we don't agree with that. If you follow a good process, if you vet it thoroughly, if you have the sort of discussion that Chelsea's talking about, I'm comfortable with the decision that you all ultimately make.
Thank you. And I think the EDC is of one mind that we do need a project manager on it. I think some of those questions that Chelsea brought up will be informative for us to discuss in the meeting, and then you know, obviously come up with a plan of action going forward to make our match. So
all right, and the EEA grant is on your agenda.
Awesome.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thanks. And again, thanks, Rob, for the information here. I'll reiterate what I had said at the last meeting. I think it's an important project. I think project management is a key point. I'm not compelled by the need for an OPM at this point. I think Ms. Reynolds brings a lot of local expertise that's pretty important here to the process. And again, I agree with Marty that I defer to the EDC to sort out what makes the most sense there. And for me, the big thing is that we want to keep this moving. And so I'm less focused on ongoing debate about it, as opposed to let's look to people to make an informed decision and make a call on it and move forward with it. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denny.
Yeah, I have, sounds like Marty and Sam were agreeing there, and I have much the same view to defer to the EDC's best judgment. And I'm also, thinking here about the relative amount of money involved, the $7,500 split over 2 years, and then you're budgeting it under your own line item for contracted services, right?
Yes.
So just one of the concerns that Chelsea raised before is that the draft agreement had a bullet point where under research, write and distribute RFPs for wastewater studies, secure approvals, send RFPs to appropriate vendors, consultants, review responses, and award contracts. But I think the point, Chelsea, that you were getting at is that the project manager wouldn't be the person awarding the contract, that either the EDC would be, right? No? The Board of Selectmen?
Board of Selectmen, yep.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
but not the project manager, right? That's the concern that you had, Chelsea, is that phrase in the
Right.
agreement? Yeah,
Yep.
so you would take that out or modify it somehow.
Yeah, I think to your point, Mr. Dennington, it needs to, instead of the doing, it needs to be just the verbiage needs to be changed just a little bit in terms of recommending, that
Okay.
type of thing, and recommending, moving those things forward to the appropriate bodies for approval. And that's easy enough to do.
Overseeing the award of the contract or whatever. Yeah.
I think that's probably a little bit of a stretch, but yeah, no, I but it was a good attempt. Yeah, but I can make those changes. That's easy enough.
Is that it, Andrew?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I agree with the points that have been raised here. I agree with Chelsea, and I'd like the EDC as well to have this discussion. I mean, I've kind of gone back and forth myself as to what would the value be of somebody that has a wastewater understanding as we move forward through this process, because I view it as a bigger picture than just this $45,000 grant. I think that as we move forward and go down this road, it's a much bigger scope and a much bigger project. So just want to make sure that, again, nothing against, as Chelsea said, this isn't about personal in any way. It's about finding the best use of the monies for this grant and how we can get the most benefit for the taxpayers and, to actually have real progress on Route 9. I don't think there's anybody on this board that is not supportive, Rob, of this grant and moving forward and looking at what can be done on Route 9. I mean, if there's one takeaway from you tonight, that's it. This board is fully in support and is glad that this grant, that Ms. Reynolds took the time and applied for the grant and, used her expertise in getting it. I think we're all very appreciative of that. It's just, again, I don't need to rehash the points that Chelsea already made. I'm on the same path as well. So.
Yep. No, and
Okay.
Because it's on the agenda, we will talk about it.
Mr. Purple.
So just for clarification on my end, I just want to be sure. So based on the discussion tonight, EDC is taking this back. They're going to, take the comments into consideration. They're going to make a decision. They're going to tell me, and we're going to move forward. Correct?
And can they update their budget too, based on the revised grant award? Because we have the only document that I've received, Rob, is based off of a $50,000 grant. So I just want to understand how that's going to change now that it's 45, and where's that 5,000? That's what my concern is there's not as much grant money. So are we taking away from something? How are those estimates done?
Oh God. So we've getting 45,000 instead of 50. We have to come up with a match, which is a certain amount of money.
It's 11,000.
Yeah, the EDC's view is that part of that match would come from our contract services. And we
I
would
understand that.
Yeah. The remainder can basically be in-kind matches from town hall staff, as an example. Yeah.
You're not understanding my question. So in the grant application, there were 9 items that made up the 50,000 that was earmarked for the state to understand what you would have spent it on. The in-kind is separate from that, right? That's a 25% on top of the grant award. So the 50,000 was broken up into 9 items. So you lost 5,000.
Yes.
So you guys I haven't seen you guys revise that 45,000 to say, how is that going to line up? And what are we missing out on by losing the 5? Do you know what I mean?
No, that is a very good question. I think without the full EDC here, we're still going to try to achieve all 9 of those items. Whether or not they're necessarily as comprehensive as they could be with an extra 5, I think is where things would have to adjust. Our goal, as with any grant, is to identify tasks and achieve all of them. There are 9 in there. We're going to try to get all of them done with the funds that we have received.
So just one more thing to think about then, as you go through kind of that revamp thinking, is you could technically use some of your consulting money to make up that. So I just want you to have a full picture of what your budget's going to be and the deliverables that you think you're going to achieve, and make sure that you have the funds within the 45,000 plus the 11,000, because you can use some of your consulting money to backstop what you didn't get in the grant.
Yes, no, I get that. And I suppose now we could have added like an extra 6,000 into our budget as well.
No, you couldn't. Not from this one.
I was this close to being able to convince people to go up on my budget. That close. No, I definitely see the point, and it's something that I think I will bring back to the EDC on Thursday to have us discuss as well.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Purple, just to be clear on the question that you had. So you're asking if EDC goes and has a discussion and comes back with whatever their position may or may not be, are you to execute and go forward with the contract or the recommendation that they have? Is that?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I just want to make sure what I think I'm hearing as the direction from the board overall. I know there may be some differing opinions, but I just want to make sure that, we're kind of putting a stake in the ground and we're moving forward from tonight, and we can, keep this process moving and we don't have to come back and revisit it again. That's all I'm asking.
So I'll give you my opinion. I would like to hear what EDC comes back with. I myself am not ready to just rubber stamp this tonight, and I may be in the majority of the board, and that's okay. I don't know. I know, Chelsea, you had questions. Are you ready to take a position?
I'd like to see kind of the conversation and what happens, but it sounds like kind of everybody else is okay with it. I mean, I'm the detailed budget person, so I'm going to look at it anyways, whether everybody agrees or not. I just would like us, when we do this kind of stuff, to take a step back and make sure we understand what we're signing ourselves up for. I think that's my point.
I will ask my typical question. Rob, if we wait 2 weeks to give you the green light on this, does that have adverse consequences?
I would love to get started sooner rather than later. The only reason being, grants tend to go much quicker than you think, and you always wish you had more time at the back end. Waiting 2 weeks to finalize a project manager, it's 2 weeks, but I was hopeful that
You're not showing me enough angst, Rob. I'm fine. Wait until the 15th. I gave you a chance.
Listen. I'm not nearly as young as the people who applied for that committee. I've lost all my angst. I'm like, I can't do it anymore.
All right, so Rob, we'll put it on for the 15th. We'll put it on earlier in the meeting as well. So
yeah, and it'll be less talking on my part. We'll just give you a briefing on what we decide.
Awesome. No, much appreciated. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, we're gonna fly through the rest that we have here. All right, so that brings us to Chairman's report. I just wanted to touch on a couple things. Mr. Haggerty wanted to share, it's up on the town website as well, some of the timelines regarding the annual town election, that nomination papers will be available at 8 o'clock on February 14th. The last day to obtain papers is 5 o'clock on March 18th. The last day to submit nomination papers is 5 o'clock on March 22nd. The last day to withdraw is April 5th, 2022. All of this information is on the website. The election is scheduled for May 10th, 2020. And that is just a quick update on when people can actually pull papers, February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day.
Lisa, he's not, doesn't have his hand up, but Jim is out there. I don't know if he's been hanging in for this particular item or
I
something
think
else.
it's in case anybody had any questions, but we certainly can bring him over, Marty.
Okay.
I thank you. I didn't realize he was still there.
His hand still isn't up. Nope, he's gone.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. Oh, no, he's here. He's here. We brought him over.
Oh, we brought him over. Oh,
Hi, Jim. Thank you for hanging around. I didn't know, as Marty
How are
said.
you?
I thought you would just turn your computer off, Jim.
I don't know, Jim, if you wanted to add anything to those dates. I know that this is up and available on the website. Is there anything I missed from our prior discussion that should be touched on, or are you?
Nope, all set.
You're all set. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. And the second piece is just a reminder that the street listing / census, I know it's a street listing on it, but it's a census report. Those were already due. And I would ask the public, if you haven't done it already, please make things a lot easier on the clerk's office. They make it easy. You can mail it, you can scan it and send it to census@southboroughma.com. It just makes their life a lot easier, saves the taxpayers money and them having to send out additional reminders. So I would ask, if you haven't done that, to please do that. How was that, Mr. Haggerty? Did I plead well enough?
Oh, good. Thank you.
Awesome, Jim. Thank you. Thank you for hanging around as
Thanks.
well.
Bye.
So one of the last things I had, that's something that came up, is I just wanted to touch on briefly. I'm sure everyone's aware that Representative Dykema is leaving the legislature on February 11th after 13 years in office. I think she has served Southborough well. She has done a tremendous, tremendous job. She's made connections in this community that I think will last a lifetime. I think it's rare when you have a community that feels your representative is your friend. And I think there's a lot of people in this town that feel this way. It was sad enough that we were losing her because of the redistricting. I just think it's very unfortunate that we're losing her sooner. So I wanted to share our sadness, wish her the best, of course, wish her well on her new endeavors. And also I wanted to just briefly ask the board, I think it would be nice to do something to be able to show Carolyn our appreciation. So I was hoping the board would be amenable to working with Mr. Purple and creating a nice proclamation that we can send to her. She's done enough proclamations and citations for so many people in this town. It might be nice if we as a board can kind of do something nice back to her as well. So I don't know if anyone wants to add anything to that. But at the end of the day, we were very, very lucky to have her. She's done a lot of wonderful things for Southborough, and we are eternally grateful and wish her well. So, and that's it for Chair's report. Ms. Belanowski, I believe members report update on regional dispatch issue.
Yes, thank you. So we had a regional dispatch update yesterday. The chiefs, Mr. Purple and I were able to attend. It was on Zoom. And since we last spoke, there's been a 7th town that's expressed interest in joining the group, Northborough. So now there's 7 towns involved. This is definitely a slower process than I would like. And they gave some updates around potential site locations, and, current locations of dispatch in each town. And there's an update in February around, some staffing models and that kind of thing. So the next grant cycle closes in March. So I think it's pretty clear that we will not be ready to put in for this cycle. But that will give us time to kind of put a more cohesive plan together than probably rushing it to get it done for March. So I guess that's one good thing. It also will give us an opportunity to allow the public to have more information on it. So more to come on that. It is moving slowly.
Can I ask one quick question, Chelsea? And maybe you said it and I missed it. So if we miss this grant cycle, is it a yearly grant cycle where we'd have to wait until next year?
Yeah,
It is. Okay. I didn't know if you said that. If you did, I apologize.
I didn't.
Okay.
I believe it is a yearly cycle, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then I am actually, this is tying into what we just talked to Mr. Anderson about. I am working on the draft policy for application and approval of grants. I cannot find a lot of municipalities that have this already, but I'm just trying to kind of tie in every aspect that we've run into on this, and we'll run it by some town employees too who are involved with the process before I bring it to the board. So I just wanted to let you know I'm working on that. And that's it.
Great. All right, great. Thank you, Chelsea. Anyone have something unexpected that came up they want to add? I see shakes of heads. All right, Mr. Purple.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to touch lightly on the things that I have in the packet and just a little bit more of a brush on the things that aren't there. So the first item is concerning the town of Hopkinton. The town of Hopkinton has reached out seeking an indirect connection to MWRA. They currently get their water from a number of sources. They do share a treatment plant with the town of Ashland for wells that are underneath the Hopkinton Reservoir. That is obviously very good water. They do have some other wells that they do get their water from, but it does require a significant amount of treatment, and appears they've made the decision they'd like to go all in on MWRA. So we're taking a look at the feasibility of that, and I think that there is a path forward, but we do want to ensure that our water customers are held harmless in this, so that providing water to Hopkinton, as well as the water that's provided to Ashland, does not cause a drop in pressure, does not cause a drop in anything substantial for our existing customers. So we're working through that. If we come together with an MOA for the board to consider, an MOU, we'll bring that to you. So, but at this point, Ms. Galligan and I are working with the water consultant and Hopkinton to see if that's feasible. The second issue, you have a copious amount of paperwork in your packet regarding Breakneck Hill and the farm dump on the property. You've heard a little or a lot about this, depending on how much you've been watching in terms of conservation or been paying attention over the years. This is a long-term issue. We've had this property for over 40 years. We've been doing a lot of testing on this property and water monitoring, ground monitoring on this to ensure that there's no impact of anything in that, for that dump to any of the adjacent properties. And but given the level of public discussion about this, DEP has gotten involved and would like to try to see a path forward to finally put this to bed and get this cleaned up. Ms. Danza, a conservation agent on behalf of the town, has been having conversations with DEP. I had a brief conversation with DEP, but she has been doing the heavy lifting and working with the town's LSP, licensed site professional, to try to put together a path forward. It appears that the potential outlay that we would need to look at for fiscal 23 is about $60,000. And for testing, some permitting and things of that nature. I'll have a better idea of what we'll need to do once the licensed site professional is able to assign costs for all of the tasks that have been delineated for the project. I can't begin to tell you what the beginning number is going to be, or the bottom line number is going to be for this cleanup. But we can do that moving forward. The hope is that there's going to be a draft action plan, administrative consent order from DEP for the board to consider sometime in the next 4 to 6 weeks. So we don't even have that yet, but I did want to let the board know these conversations are going on. There is going to be some requirements for us to do. So again, it's a lot of information to go through. I think Ms. Danza has done a nice job of kind of distilling it down into an executive summary. And then, for, the first, 2+ pages And then after that, it's a lot of just information and backup. But I think read the summary that she put together and it gives you a good path forward on that. I'm sorry, and also that Capital has basically put a placeholder in for the $60,000 for the to fund it in the FY23 budget at this point, based on the discussion at their last meeting. The next item we did talk about also at Capital Committee with regards to the ADA Title II self-evaluation that was done. And as you know, we did apply for the grant through the Mass Office of Disability. It's an annual grant process in December. We did not get the grant. That grant was going to help us to hit some of the items, such as replacing hardware, replacing signage on our buildings to bring things to compliance, adjusting some of the issues with our countertops and making sure that they meet the proper height requirements. And that was what we intended to do. We did not get the grant. The Southborough Public Accessibility Committee has asked for $50,000 to start addressing some of these issues. And Capital Committee made that part of their recommended capital budget for fiscal 23. I am going to, Mrs. Faniff, on behalf of the committee, has offered to work with me to try to help delineate that a little bit better. Also, the Capital Committee offered the services of one of their members, Mr. Schoner, to work with me and possibly Recreation and Mr. Parent to try and take a look at some of the larger pieces, because most of the money things in the self-evaluation has to do with our fields and has to do with access onto the fields and around the fields. And if we can look to take an omnibus approach with this, I think we may get more bang for our buck. And again, this is going to fall squarely in Capital's lap, because it's going to be, a significant enough number that we're going to have to, go that route. And then take a look at our funding options, whether CPC, or other sources may provide us a path forward. So wanted to make you aware of that as well. With regards to just a couple of other capital items that I didn't touch on from last meeting, the school came and talked a little bit about regional school capitalization, fund article. They talked a little bit about that, and they seem supportive, for that request. They also are supporting a water heater replacement on the regional level. It looks like, based on the split, it's about $180,000 project. I think Southborough is going to be responsible for about $70,000 of it. It's a new item. It wasn't part of any budget projection. I do believe this is the first capital item that we have seen outside of the assessment, outside of their budget, in quite a number of years. So, this is a new item, and it is going to be something that is outside of the assessment. Regarding TASER, the body camera program, the police chief was discussing potentially looking at an omnibus contract, which would include tasers, body cameras, and cameras in the cruisers. However, we still need to do some work in order to make body cams a reality. And so what the chief has offered is that the cost of the TASER contract will be removed from the FY23 budget, and the cost of the tasers for the year will be funded out of Harvard funds. And then next year, we will take a look at an omnibus contract covering those three items, and working with Capital Committee for that to happen. We talked about ADA, we talked about breakneck. So that brings you up to speed, I think, on the Capital Committee. And finally, in your packet, you have an updated memo from Mr. Ballantyne regarding the FY23 budget. He actually summarizes a little bit about what I just said, in a lot more succinct. And right now we're looking at a tax increase of about 3.8%. It's without any value shift that we've talked about. I know there's been some discussions. We were looking at a 7% shift, a 10% shift, a 12% shift. Is a 10% shift enough? do we need to maybe look at a 12? So that's something I think the board is going to have to discuss. We also still have the $333,000 of free cash, which has been set aside, and there's been no discussion or no decision. Let's put it that way. There's been discussion, but no decision yet from the board as to whether that should be inserted into the budget process to help offset the tax rate. Again, collective bargaining continues to move forward. It's a little bit slower we've had a number of meetings already. Fire, we've hoping to start substantive discussions with police next week, and in the following weeks with DPW and with communications officers. So I'm hoping those processes are going to move fairly quickly. We've done a lot of work on our contracts over the years and had a collaborative process with the unions so that, I think we have good contracts as a base, and it's going to be, hopefully productive moving forward with those. So that is all that I have for my update this evening, Madam Chair.
Right. Ms. Malinowski?
Yes, thank you. I had the opportunity to meet with the finance team today for the Q2 report, and asked Mr. Sabelli to join just so I could understand where he's at in terms of the predicting any shift. I know it's kind of unpredictable, but his best guesstimate. And he, in his kind of review of what he can see right now, his floor would be a 10% shift. So I think we as a board need to kind of decide if we want to stay with a 10, which is kind of where we landed last time, or if we want to bump it up to the 12. One thing that we talked about earlier was when we present the budget to town meeting, show what the increase percentage is without any shift, so they can see that. And then, just explain that given the increase in residential values, we're predicting a 10 or a 12% shift for that. And this is what the tax rate increase is with that. So that way they kind of know, what it would have been if there's no shift, and then what our best guesstimate is. So just kind of food for thought that the 7's out and the 10 is kind of the bottom now. So we just need to figure out what we want to do.
All right, thank you, Chelsea. All right, next up, consent agenda. We'll go down the line. I know obviously G is held, and that's going to be held until at least the next meeting, if not, hopefully the next meeting. And he holds to A.
Yeah.
Mr. Stivers and Ms. Malinowski. Great. B, C, D, E, F, H.
Hold.
Okay, so boy, the two of you. All right, that being said, do we have a motion to accept resignation of Jake Murphy as part-time dispatcher, accept resignation of Chris Leroy as tree warden, accept resignation of Marley Houlihan from the ARPA committee, accept donations of $100 for the ambulance fund? I missed E, appoint Mimi Latrell to ARPA committee, term to expire 6/30/22.
So move.
All right, thank you. Do we have a second?
I will second with one point of discussion. I just want to thank Ms. Houlihan for her PowerPoint, which was, I don't mean to act surprised because I shouldn't be surprised, but it was a terrific piece of work. And unfortunately, she's leaving the ARPA committee, but she left some terrific work behind. So that's my second.
She did, and she made sure she got that done before she left. So thank you for that, Marty. Much appreciated. Roll call. Mr. Dennington.
Aye.
Mr. Healy.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
And Ms. Braccio. Aye. All right, Mr. Stivers, you first for minutes, January 18th.
Yep, two small things, line 76 and 77, to examine instead of examine. And line 180, $181,000. It's left off a zero there. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Malinowski.
Minor, row 221, Boland is BOLAND.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Wow,
Major issues.
that's really pretty impressive for a
Bridget
300,
does a great job on these things. She's
yeah,
a
300.
These minutes are phenomenal.
All right, that being said, we have a motion to approve open session meeting minutes, January 18th, 2022 as amended.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Ms. Brascio. Aye. We held H. Mr. Stivers, are they,
Yeah, I had a proposed edit for that I guess we have to do an executive session.
yeah, if it's substantial, yeah. Okay, so we'll hold that. That's fine. We'll hold that to our next executive. We will take care of that as well. Thank you. Moving on, continued discussion of annual town meeting date. So this is going to be on the agenda as we move forward. I know with COVID and some of the restrictions that with the, the Board of Health is facing for requirements. I think at some point we are going to have to decide what is the best date. I know some dates we've thrown out are, gosh, I'm confused now. The 7th, we took the 14th off because council wasn't available. The 7th of May, the 21st of May. So, I mean, those dates are still there. I don't know if the board has any input on that. Chelsea, I don't know from the Board of Health standpoint.
Yeah, so the Board of Health is going to discuss this next Tuesday again, but the last discussion was the same requirements as the fall town meeting. But I did take a look at the survey results, and my takeaway from that was don't close the fields. And if we're going to go to town meeting, we're going to figure it out kind of thing. Or we're going to pick our kids' sports over going to town meeting. So, I mean, I think from where I'm at is we'll hopefully hear back from the AG within the next week or so on Algonquin being an option. I had talked to Mr. Hegarty about kind of the logistics around doing it there. So I know that he's been having some initial conversations with school administration on what the possibilities are. I think, ballpark, we're probably around double of what we could do with the 6 feet apart at Trottier between the gym and the auditorium. So I think that it just gives us more space if we were to do that. I mean, I think based on kind of people, trying to schedule social events and that kind of thing, I'm just concerned about doing it on a weekend. I think, if you're going to come to town meeting, you're going to come, but I'm almost back to doing it during the week. And I think that's just challenging with doing it outside. So I think I'm kind of leaning towards getting some options for Algonquin during the week.
So Chelsea, I mean, Jim's here. We can bring Jim over as well. I mean, where he's at as far, again, I think it's important to have some input on him as far as Algonquin. And I don't know if he's even thrown any dates out, or maybe you could share that.
Yeah, I did. I can let him speak to it.
Okay.
That's fine.
Hi, Jim.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for hanging around. So if Algonquin is, hopefully we'll hear back from the AG, and that seems to potentially be the best route. Can you do you have any idea of dates that they may have available as we kind of consider where we may be and what works best?
We don't have definitive dates right yet. I visited the school this week and I spoke to Keith Lavoie today. I asked him to try to get me a list of 2 consecutive weeknights that we could use the school between now and middle part of May, or towards the end of May. There's a couple of a week or so you can't. problem I'm running into is that there are a number of school events like concerts and stuff that have been planned for many months that are fixed, and trying to work around those things. There's another complication as well, and that involves Northborough, because Northborough has not officially chosen their date of their town meeting. On their website, they say May the 2nd. However, they've asked the schools are reserving the last week of April for them. So I wonder if we could get a nudge to Northborough for them to figure out which of those they want, because right now, effectively, 2 weeks are being reserved for them. And that would enable you, if you wanted to hold it the last week of April or the first week. But I even called the Northborough office this morning and just asked the lady who answered the phone if they had picked a date, and they said no. So that's a bit of confusion that we could have just up. So anyway, the gist of it is, I asked Mr. Lavoy to have ready for you for your 2 weeks from now, your options to choose over at Algonquin. I would strongly suggest that at your next meeting, you put a flag in the ground and pick a date and a location, because with all COVID and there are other restrictions, and they've got a really tight schedule this spring because of activities from the fall that were pushed back. So, the window is closing. So, yes.
Sorry, do you think we're going to hear back from the AG within the 2 weeks?
Yes,
The
the
next
15th. The 15th is the deadline.
It is,
And
okay.
they're very good at that. What they've done in the past, occasionally they've held back on one particular item, but I don't see why this item and select board, that's just a formality, I would think.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Lisa,
Yes, Sam.
do we have any input from Tim Davis or rec people in terms of sports schedules? Are there any of the dates that we've been looking at that are actually relatively attractive for availability relative to sports schedules? Or my sense was that there's really nothing there that jumps out and says, here's a Saturday that, there are very few sports contests. Is that the case?
So I think, Sam, based on the survey, I don't know so much that the date matters. And I think, Chelsea, you kind of touched on that with, the survey findings of people will choose sports over coming to town meeting. I think that was
Right,
pretty clear.
But I'm asking if there is, by some quirk of fate, a Saturday, one of the Saturdays that we're looking at that is between seasons, for example. So there's a day that there aren't many teams. I don't think that's the case, but it would be useful to confirm.
Okay.
Jim?
I'm seeing a lot of shaking no, Sam. Marty, Chelsea, and Jim both. So good question.
No luck. Okay.
Yeah, no, not till Memorial Day, and then it becomes a little bit more sporadic after Memorial Day. Some of the leagues sort of taper down to select teams and things like that. But
that's
through Memorial Day, you're packed on Saturdays.
And to quote a famous personality, I'm on to Algonquin, as they say.
So, Mark, can you kind of nudge your counterpart in Northborough and try to get an idea of what they're leaning towards, what they're thinking?
Yeah, I'm typing that right now.
Okay. So, Jim, if I don't know what nights they particularly use.
Right now on their website, they're talking May 2, which is a Monday night.
Okay. Okay, a Monday night.
But I've asked for a list of all back-to-back weeknights that we could have, and we'll just have to see what that list looks like.
Okay. So you had mentioned maybe piggybacking this for setup reasons.
I didn't know, like if Northborough was the second and third, I don't know if they typically run 2 nights or potentially more than that. I don't know if that's risky to then tap into the 4th and the 5th if it's already set up. I don't know.
Okay.
They're typically a one night. They run a very, very quick town meeting.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess for the board to think about, I know Saturdays are tough. I think the survey was pretty clear. Chelsea, I think maybe a weeknight is the way to go as we move forward. It gives,
Yeah. And I just think, we're obviously the numbers are coming down, but we're still high, right? So I do think, April, May, hopefully things will settle down a little bit.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Haggerty. So we'll try to get a definitive date for you and we'll put it on the agenda for the 15th.
Right now, I'll get the information as soon as I hear back.
Great. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you. Ms. Malinowski, recommendation from Board of Health regarding mask requirement for employees.
Yes, so this came to my attention for the last Board of Health meeting, and Dr. Alker and Taylor West gave some recommendation for the Board of Health to present to you tonight regarding the types of masks that are allowed to be worn in the townhouse. Well, any municipal building. And there, there was some discussion around whether cloth masks are okay. They're not, they were comfortable with saying a multi-layer cloth mask. So it was just to provide some definition and context around employee masking. And it's to eliminate the gaiters and bandanas from being worn. Obviously the select board owns the municipal buildings. So that's why the Board of Health just presented it as a recommendation for this board.
Okay. One question, Chelsea. So obviously as numbers come down and things change, I assume that, mask mandates is something that's going to continually be on your agenda till hopefully, we can do away with masks. I'm assuming that's probably the case.
It will be on next week's agenda for the townwide mask mandate.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
right.
This was more in a response to employees feeling comfortable in their workspace.
Okay.
And making sure that people are comfortable coming to work and, they are employed by the town and, less so on the public business side. This was more for just the municipal buildings to employees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Dennington, any questions, comments?
Well, Lisa, just following up on what you were saying, I was hoping that you're looking at the trends of the number of cases going down, and we would get to a place, hopefully pretty soon, where we could start removing some of these mask mandates, both for the town buildings, and I know that's not our purview for town-wide. So, I have some skepticism about this. So that's where I'm at.
Okay.
It's just I understand the substance of it, right? That the gaiters and the bandanas are not as effective as other types of masks. It's a intensification of the type of mask requirements that we have, where when I was just in preparation for this meeting, just looking at the some of the curves on like the New York Times website and it's taking a totally steep drop down. And so I am maybe just being optimistic, looking forward to the spring where some of these mask mandates can start to go away.
Chelsea, do you want anything to add to that, or?
I mean, so the way I looked at this, Andrew, was I want employees to feel comfortable in their work environment. So I think, I look at, we still have community spread. And so that was one of the reasons, I felt like it was our responsibility to discuss it, seeing as it came to us. Yeah. And I certainly want our employees to feel comfortable coming to work. So that was really my rationale behind it. I absolutely hope that, we'll continue to have discussions like this and go by the data and see when we can start lifting things. But I don't, I think at least for this portion, we're not there yet.
Okay. Mr. Healy.
Yeah, I don't support this. I'm beyond Andrew in terms of skepticism. I think we're sending a bad message, quite frankly. I think people should be comfortable now. And if they're not comfortable, they can wear the N95 mask. I mean, I read a ton on this, and the the pretty strong thinking right now is that you can protect, if you're vaccinated and you feel concerned, you can protect yourself. But we shouldn't be going to least common denominator. And the fact that one person or two people don't feel comfortable means that everyone else has to wear a mask. I think we should lift it for the businesses. I think we're hurting businesses in Southborough. I mean, it's sort of an odd mix. Some towns in Massachusetts have it, some don't. So some businesses aren't burdened with that. In some towns, others aren't. Again, Andrew's right. The numbers are going. I mean, we put things on because numbers go up. Numbers go down, we put more things on. I can't vote in favor of this. I'd vote to lift it at the townhouse, and I'd vote to lift it townwide for the businesses. And I think the science supports that.
Mr. Stivers.
I'm not ready yet to declare victory. I think clearly the trend is good. And I think that there's pretty good science that says that masks do work, and the better masks work pretty effectively. But I am with Marty in the sense that I think that individuals have the opportunity to have pretty good protection if they are willing to use the right kind of masks. So I'm not ready to drop the mask requirements, but I don't think it's unreasonable to expect people who have particular concerns to get a mask that gives them the best possible protection and not require everybody else to respond similarly as well. So again, keep the masks, but don't ban the bandanas and gaiters.
Thank you. So I think that the Board of Health gives us directives. I know, I think Westboro just extended their mask mandates. I agree. I mean, I don't want to wear masks any more than anybody else wants to. I think we're on the way down, but I think we have to take into account that there are employees that are concerned, and they're probably concerned for specific reasons, whether it's someone in their household, maybe immune compromised or whatnot. And I think, we have an obligation to our employees as well. I know we're all ready for the masks to be gone. But I think the Board of Health had a healthy discussion on this, and this is what they do. And so
if I can interject, there's sure. Honestly, anytime we do something like this, we are, and it's gotten lost in this discussion, we are impinging on people's freedom because we're the government. We're telling people they have to do something. I think if we're going to tell people they have to do something, the case has to be compelling. This is one paragraph. I'm telling you, I can point you data that is contradictory to this. And again, there's not a statewide mandate. I mean, it just seems to me for us to tell people they have to do something, we should feel obligated to make a compelling case. This is not a compelling case.
So let me just share a comment that Mr. Hagerty put into the chat. Are we aware that several employees at the townhouse have recently had COVID and all were vaccinated with boosters and they wore the N95 masks?
And I understand that. I understand that, but that doesn't mean they got it because they did or did not have a mask on. And there's anecdotal information everywhere, but you can't make policy based on anecdotes. It has to be based on data, and there's nothing compelling from a data standpoint that supports this. There's certainly nothing in front of us from a data standpoint that supports that. And without that, I am not going to as a government action tell folks that they have to do something. I just don't think it's appropriate.
But I think that the mask mandate still is in place. All it's doing is basically, Chelsea, correct me if I'm wrong, that all this is doing is saying that particular non-well-fitting masks are not the recommendation, of the path that we should choose.
Off. I guess maybe that got lost in the shuffle. I don't think there's compelling information for that anymore. And again, we get, again, the numbers go up and the argument is, well, because the numbers go up, we have to do this. The numbers come down, we go, well, we have to do this. At what point does data support lifting these things? Numbers go up, we impose restrictions. Numbers go down, we impose restrictions. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And again, because we're the government and we are imposing conditions on people, I think we have to have a compelling case that we can show to the folks we're doing that to. And I don't think we've done that. I think it's our obligation to do that. So that's how I feel.
Yeah. I'm compelled. Is the issue clear, Lisa? I mean, what's the decision? What is the question?
So the question basically is the requirement is still the same. We have a mask mandate at the townhouse.
Yep.
I think what the Board of Health is saying is they're asking to wear not gaiters or bandanas, but more of a form-fitting, a mask that covers your face. I think that's basically all they're asking us to do.
Is it asking or requiring?
Recommending. They recommend.
Recommending. I guess I don't mind recommending, but I do mind requiring, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. If it's a recommendation, that's fine.
I thought it was not, in reviewing it, it was not a recommendation because it said certain things are not permitted.
It was inconsistent in that respect.
Yeah, I'm not willing to go to not permitted, but I'm certainly comfortable with recommending. And I mean, we don't have to do exactly what the Board of Health is recommending here, as a matter of fact. So,
Ms. Balanowski, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to educate people then on what the appropriate masking is, and that if it's not fit around your face, and maybe we need to have the staff of the health department go out to town employees and work on education. I'm not a fan of telling people what to do, but I think, as a public official, if employees are coming to me and they're concerned about their work environment, I feel compelled to do something. And I did vote for this to bring to this board attention, because I do not want employees to feel uncomfortable at work. And I guess that was my main rationale for it.
But what if you don't feel comfortable wearing a mask? I mean, that can't be the standard for us to, again, it is. People have rights, and the government in compelling circumstances, the governor 2 years ago imposed a state of emergency, and that's laws passed by the legislature that are the requirements for a state of emergency. That's gone now. There's not a statewide mandate. And so we being the town of Southborough are taking that obligation onto ourselves, that we are making those determinations. Not that we think it's a good idea to make people feel comfortable, but that we think as government officials, we can impose certain things on people. And I just think to do that, it has to be a compelling case, not that some people feel uncomfortable. That's not enough for me.
I think we're at an impasse. I don't think that a vote is required here. It was a recommendation, and it looks like the majority of the board is not.
I'm not. Are we not? Do we not have the votes for a recommendation to clarify this for staff?
We don't. I think that Sam. I think
I'll
Andrew.
recommend. No. I have no problem with the recommendation.
I don't have a problem with the recommendation.
Yeah, I think we got.
It's just that there was the part of the document which was in our packet, I think, used the term "not required." And as much as again, my concern is that the intensification of the mask requirement in a time when the cases are starting to go down. So that's why, there is a difference here between a recommendation and a requirement.
Right.
Okay. So
I think that's a useful message to send to the staff if there's any doubt of the quote's official position. I think that's helpful to clarify that, at least with a recommendation.
Okay. So who would like to make a motion based on a recommendation Marty, do you or Sam want to take a crack at basically updating?
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy, Lisa. My motion is that in light of the new CDC updates on the type of mask recommended to prevent the spread of SARS-CoV-2, the Southborough Board of Health adopts the following guideline on employee mask use in our municipal buildings. To protect yourself and others from COVID-19, we recommend that you wear the most protective mask you can that fits well and that you will wear consistently. We recommend well-fitted multi-layer cloth mask, well-fitting disposable surgical mask, KN95s and N95s, and that the Board of Selectmen endorse that. All I've done is drop out the sentence that says things are no longer permitted, because that is requiring, not recommending.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Abstain.
and Ms. Braccio. Aye. Okay.
And I think also, Lisa, Chelsea's suggestion of the Board of Health taking opportunities as they may exist to do educational communications to town staff to, again, reinforce what the intent of this is, I think could be helpful. I think most people understand the differences between the masks, but you never know. And I think it's useful to reinforce the issue.
All right. Thank you. All right. Last up, Mr. Healy, draft charge for the 300th committee. Yay.
Where are the fireworks?
That is my draft. I don't think we have to decide it tonight. I would recommend that we absorb it and talk about it on the 15th. That's my recommendation.
Can I make one suggestion? I think there's a lot of good ideas in here. I guess it seems to me that we have an opportunity here to sort of set the stage for this in terms of coming up with a recommendation, guidelines, or whatever. What do we want this to be? How big? How long, et cetera, generally, before we let a committee loose on it. It seems to me that our job as leadership role is to say, this is the kind of thing that we would look for here, and not that that couldn't be changed by the committee process, but it seems to me it's useful for us to, again, set direction on it out of all these various ideas with something that we believe is the right level and participation and goals and so forth for the community, which could encompass a lot of things in terms of the way we view this. So I would hope that we would have a conversation in that direction as part of it.
I don't disagree, Sam. I flagged, honestly, I looked at, you know, I don't know, 40 different towns, and a lot of towns are older than us, which kind of surprised me. Honestly, money drives it. And how much of a impetus do we want to put on making fundraising, because the town isn't going to pay for the sort of celebrations that you see in some towns. It has to be a private fundraising enterprise. And is that something we want to unleash? And that's fine. It's just it's a sizable undertaking. That's my takeaway from looking at all this stuff.
Or are there ways to do more of an inward focus in terms of a community event, community building event kind of thing that doesn't, bring in the parades and fireworks and whatever, but finds projects or activities that we can reinforce for community members to do to celebrate internally more than using external celebration. Those kind of things I find pretty interesting to think about. So again, a lot of opportunity, but I would hope that we can set direction fairly strong.
On the 15th.
On the 15th.
On the 15th.
All right.
All right.
Look forward to it. Thanks.
All right. Perfect.
I move to adjourn.
No, we got public comment.
Oh, public comment. Okay.
We do. Mr. Litt has his hand up. There we go. Mr. Litt. I don't know if you just raised your hand for public comment or part of the prior discussion. I apologize if we missed you on the prior discussion, but
no, it was
you
for
have the
public
floor.
comment. Although I will suggest that those of you like Mr. Healy who have such strong.
So much for
where'd he
public
go?
comment.
Where'd he go? Oh, he's back. Go ahead, Tim.
I'll try it again.
Yes.
This was for public comment. I will say on the previous topic that I think Mr. Healy and others who have really strong opinions should probably attend the Board of Health meetings and express them there, where you can get things handled on the front end. But the reason for raising my hand is that unfortunately, the Accessibility Committee has not been meeting expectations since the ADA Committee was dissolved and the new committee appointed in November. There has not been a single meeting of the new committee. One was just posted today for next week. But that means that there have been no meetings. There's been no officers appointed. There's been no input to the budget, no input to priorities. Mark has, I think, tried to fill in by providing his interim reports to you folks, but that's without input from the committee. It's also down a member. You have a vacancy on the committee. And I think this is unfortunate. It's not what I had in mind when I started pushing the committee to turn into a standing committee, and I don't think it's what you folks had in mind when you supported it. So I thought it was important to bring this to your attention and have people start thinking about what, if anything, can be done to improve matters.
Thank you, Mr. Healy.
Is it lack of attendance or lack of momentum or both?
I know that from the day that the appointments were made, I personally sent email to the people who were appointed and said, when's your next meeting? You need to get organized. The budget process is going on, the prioritization is going on, the report from the schools, addendum to the ADA thing should be coming in. Folks, don't you need to get going here? And what I've gotten is a wall of silence. Mark has been copied on a number of the emails that I sent. I've had some offline conversations with some members who've been frustrated. What I hear from them is, well, they were looking to the chairman of the previous committee to call a meeting, and somehow that wasn't happening. I don't know what the situation is that's causing it. I don't want to diagnose it because I don't have that data, but I think at the macro level where you folks are involved, we put something in place and it's not working. And someone needs to, help them, get to work. I'm not convinced that the meeting that's scheduled for next Monday will do that. And even if it does happen, it's going to be late in terms of the money for the capital grant. That was originally proposed by the old committee. It's been 4 months or so since that happened. I don't know what's changed. I don't know if that's the right amount of money. If it's too big, too small, what the other departments are doing. I mean, this committee was supposed to be pulling that together for us, and I don't see it happening. And you can probably tell I'm a little frustrated by it, but I think it's important for you as the appointing authority to be aware of what the situation is and to think about what you can do to help. That's my reason for holding you at past 11 o'clock this evening.
That's okay. We were here anyway. Mr. Dennington, and I'll add something.
Tim, I'm glad you mentioned that because, and now other people have to fill in my memory. Something is remembering in one of the last budget cycles that when there was the transition from one committee to the next, the kind of the permanent committee, was there some type of an increased funding for it? Do we have a line? No.
So,
okay.
well, there wasn't an increase. There were two things that.
Was it just for the study?
So there was money for the study in the last warrant.
Yeah.
A grant was obtained thanks to work by Mark and others. Then the money was used to extend the original scope of the study to encompass the schools, which hadn't actually happened. There was a small budget that was assigned to the old committee that I think originally had been used for deaf interpretive services and those sorts of things that was carried forward or should have been carried forward to the upcoming fiscal year. There was some discussion at the committee about, is that sufficient? Should they be having the kind of expertise that, planning and conservation have, for the details of things. And that, as far as I know, hasn't gone anywhere since the new committee hasn't met. As I say, it doesn't even have a chairman at this point because it hasn't met to elect one.
So Tim, they're meeting next week, correct?
Well, I'll be there.
Well, I know. Well, that was going to be my next question because I'm so good at volunteering people, that didn't you say there's an open spot? on
I
the-
did,
the-
but I'm not volunteering.
It was worth a shot, Tim. I had to try.
For the same reason that I always, decline. I can make more trouble from here. And unfortunately, the constraints that are placed on committee members are not consistent with my day job.
Okay, fair enough. Much appreciated. I had to ask, Tim. I had to ask. It was
If
worth
it
a
weren't for
shot.
that, there are a number of places where I'd stick my nose in.
We could invoke the conscription clause in the town bylaws.
You can
There
try.
you go, Tim. Awesome. All right, Tim, thank you very much. We appreciate the feedback.
Well, I hope you can do something. If there's anything I can do to help from the outside, let me know.
Okay. Much appreciated.
Mhm.
All
Have a
right.
good
Do we
evening.
have anyone? Thank you, Tim. Anyone else would like public comment? And I see none. Now, Mr. Healy.
I move to adjourn and to get Mr. Dennington, an Uber driver, home to
I
get him
know.
home from
Oh,
Boston.
man.
No,
I know. Is there a-
I have my car here.
I
Second.
assume you did.
Second the
All right.
motion.
All right. Mr. Dennington,
Aye.
Mr. Healy,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Ms. Melanowski,
Aye.
Ms. Brascio. Aye. Thank you, everyone. Again, I didn't place a bet on how long this meeting was. I'm glad I didn't. It certainly wasn't the intent. So,
Next time, we're going to schedule, one of us is going to be responsible for breakfast next time, so.
I know.
Good night, all.
Much